Then let's start. We have already half of the registered people here with us, at least, so we shall start. Okay. So.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Дорогі колеги, партнери,
Dear
міжнародні
colleagues,
гості.
partners, international guests, my name is Olena Deineko. I'm the head of Organic Initiative Society, and I welcome you at our international conference, Organic Expert Vision, Ukraine 2026. The agenda of this conference is done for exporters and importers of organic products from Ukraine, and also for partnering institutions working with organic business and with the sector of with organic sector as such. This conference should give the opportunity for the participants to get to know practical data, key analytics, the most important trends and forecasts for 2026. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for our international partner, because with their support, we are able to organize this event. The International Conference Organic Support Vision Ukraine 2026 is organized by the State Institution Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, State Project DIA Business, together with the Organic Initiative Public Association in partnership with the Organic Standards Certification Body, under the patronage of the Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, with the support of Switzerland within the framework of the Swiss-Ukrainian program, Higher Value Added Trade from the Organic and Dairy Sector in Ukraine, QFTP, implemented by the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, FIBL Switzerland, in partnership with Safoso AG Switzerland. Information partner of our today's event, Organic Info UA. Alexei Hroshetsky, we have a little bit of changes in our agenda because I have been informed that Taras has just several minutes to be with us today. Am I right? We need to let Taras speak right now. Yes. Hello, Lana. I will be grateful if you let me speak right now. I just would like to mention one technical announcement before you, Taras, start talking. So we immediately would like to inform everyone about such technical matters. All participants here today have muted microphones during all the event. Taras, after his speech, Taras has just several minutes to stay here with us because of some other affairs, but you can leave questions in the chat. We will definitely let him know about that. But during his speech and after, there will be no opportunity to ask questions to him. It is the most important thing that I wanted to mention. Please, Taras, the floor is yours. Thank you, Alana. Welcome to all the participants of this international online conference, Organic Expert Vision Ukraine 2026. Sorry for being so limited in time, but we have various selectors today, and so I'm really grateful for resilience. I am pretty sure that we will be able to overcome this difficult period and everything will be okay with us and with our state. Concerning questions, yes, of course, write them in the chat, send them to me later. We will definitely work with them. We have organic department headed by Marina. We will provide you all the feedback, so don't worry about that. Concerning the very event, thank you for this sustainability, for stability for our partners in supporting organic products. It's a Swiss project, QFTP, it's Organic Initiative, Organic Standard, Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, and all the speakers that are going to join us today. Yes, as of now, we still remain export-oriented organic sector. Of course, that we put all the efforts to develop our internal market, but objectively, we do understand that in the nearest future, in the nearest years, export will be the biggest share. So that's why everyone has to understand the prospects and the trends and to get ready to this and to use such opportunities. So that's why our today's conference gives us the opportunity to fix all of this, to understand all of this, and then after that be the leader in the usage. Yes, the European Union is our main market, and I think that it will still be like that in 2026. Positions are changing. We had the leadership in 2024, then in 2025 we had lots of challenges, so we'll see, but we definitely remain in top suppliers, and this market will be the main one for us, so we'll need to take this into account as well. Also, we update legislation so that for the future, this leadership not to lose this leadership. Agrarian Committee has already adopted in the second reading the updated law on organic production. It will still be reviewed in February and March. And then in that part, also the state is making efforts to have constant access of our exporters. Yes, we still have unresolved matter technically and how to allocate specific separate quotas for organic products. We remember about that. It will be important to have this. We talk about this with our European partners, but so we have this idea, but we cannot approve it so far. As soon as we are able to do that, we will inform you. So I wish all of you fruitful discussion today so that you can have all the necessary information so that you can hear all the necessary information today so that you can use it and become even stronger, even more resilient, and develop organic expert. I wish a successful discussion, all of you, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Taras. Yes, please write questions in the chat. We, as organizers and as our society, we will send all the inquiries to Taras. All the best to you. I will continue because I have several other things that I would like to mention. Before we start, I would like to describe in a nutshell the structure and certain technical and format parameters of this conference. So, first of all, as I have already mentioned, we today all participants have their mics muted today, but we encourage everyone for the discussion and please ask questions. You can do it in the chat. Moderators of our today's event will be thoroughly tracking and monitoring the presence of questions, and they will read them out to our today's speakers. We will later tell who's going to be the moderator. So the conference is conducted in two languages simultaneously, English and Ukrainian. We have two language channels in the we had instruction in the chat, but I would like to repeat it. As soon as you enter Zoom, you have Ukrainian channel switched on. But if you need to switch it off and choose the English one, you have the icon on the right, more, three dots. You click on the interpretation and choose the proper channel for yourself. It's traditionally how it is on all Zoom events. So the conference will last a little bit more than 4.5 hours, around 14:40 Kyiv time to 40 p.m. Kyiv time. And the conference consists of 5 blocks. Now we are going to have the first one, welcoming words for half an hour. Then after that, we are going to have market analytics, 3 important speeches for 1 hour. Then after that, we are going to have 2 blocks of exporters and importers. Exporters, Ukrainian exporters are going to speak for 1 hour and importers 1 hour and a half. And the last block will be announcements and useful information for 2026 from various service providers and organizations that in this or that way support export of organic products from Ukraine, and you will hear useful data. So please stay with us till the end. It will be very practical information there. The main benefit and value of this event is that definitely Actually, we have
ті,
speakers
хто або
here
безпосередньо займаються
who are
експортом
either
або
dealing
імпортом
with
органічної
export or
продукції в
import of
Україну,
organic products
або
from
ті
Ukraine,
експерти або
or
надавачі
those
послуг,
experts or service
які або
providers
донори,
that
партнери з
are
розвитку,
either
які
donors
підтримують
and partners of
і
development that
розвивають
support
цей
and
експорт на постійній
develop
основі.
that export on a constant basis.
Отже, я передаю на цьому слово
So
нашому
here I would
першому
like to give the
модератору
floor to the first
конференції, який
moderator of
буде
the conference, who
модерувати
is
два
going to be
наступні блоки,
moderating two next
шановному
blocks.
Олексію
Dear
Грушецькому.
Alexei
Олексій
Grushetsky.
Грушецький,
Alexei
заступник
Grushetsky is
директора
an acting
державної установи
director of the State
Державний експорт
Institution
розвитку
Entrepreneurship and
підприємства та
Export
експорту
Promotion
України,
Office,
ІПО. Прошу, Олексій,
EPO.
дякую.
Please, Alexei, the floor is yours. Thank
Дякую,
you.
Олена.
Thank you,
Доброго
Olena.
дня, шановні колеги,
Hello,
партнери,
dear
друзі. Радий
colleagues,
всіх вітати
partners,
нині
friends. I'm
на
happy
напередодні
to welcome
конференції
everyone
«Візія
at
експорту органічної
International
продукції з
Conference
України
Organic
у
Export Vision
2026
Ukraine
році». В
2026.
цілому, ця
In
конференція
general, this
сталася
conference
щорічною для нас,
is
і
already annual for
кожного
us,
року
and
ми раді
every
вітати всіх і
year we are
розповідати про
happy to
актуальний
welcome
стан
everyone and
та
to talk
потреби
about
українського
the
бізнесу та їх взаємодію з
condition,
зовнішніми
current
партнерами.
condition of Ukrainian business
І
and cooperation with
сьогодні до
external
нас, як
markets.
зазвичай,
And
доєдналися
today, as
українські виробники,
always, with us
міжнародні
today we
партнери,
have
експерти,
Ukrainian producers,
сертифікаційні органи
international
та
partners,
фахівці з
expert
різних країн Європи. І це
certification
дуже
bodies,
цінно
and
для всієї
our
української
clients from
спільноти.
all
В
around
цілому,
Europe, and that is very
органічний
valuable for
сектор
our
України –
Ukrainian
це
society. In
не
general,
лише про
organic sector of
екологічність,
Ukraine, it
це
is
про
not
додану
only about
вартість, довіру до
ecology,
походження
it's about
продукції
added
та
value, it's
інтеграцію
about
міжнародних
trust
ринків.
to origin of products and
І саме
integration to
тому
international
сьогодні
markets. And
говоримо не
that's why
абстрактно, а
today we are talking not
практично
in
про
abstract
аналітику
terms,
ринків,
but in practical
сертифікацію,
terms about
досвід
analytics,
експортерів і
market certification,
очікування і
experience of
досвід міжнародних
exporters, and of course,
покупців. Як
expectations and
вже
experience of our
сьогодні
international
наголосив
clients.
заступник міністра
As it has
економіки,
already been mentioned by the
сільського
Deputy
господарства та
Minister of
екології,
Economy,
про те,
Environment
що
and
Україна досі
Agriculture, Minister of Economy,
залишається
Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine, Ukraine
лідером
still
експорту
remains a
органічної
leader in
продукції.
export of
І
organic products.
насправді це
And
саме завдяки
actually,
сталості бізнесу,
due to
оперативності бізнесу
sustainability
і
of business,
синергії бізнесу,
adaptation of
держави та
business, and
наших
synergy of
міжнародних
business in the
партнерів.
state of our international
Ми зі
partners.
свого боку, як
We, from
державна
our
установа, що
side,
відповідає за
as a
імплементацію в
state
сфері розвитку
institution responsible for
експорту,
implementation in the
теж
sphere of development of
долучаємося і
export, we
завжди були
also
раді
join, and
долучитись
we have always
до
been happy to
розвитку
join
як і
to
самого
the
сектору, так і
development of the
допомозі
very
в
sector and
відкритті нових ринків.
to
І
help
ця
open
допомога
new markets.
продовжується,
And this
але
help is
надалі я би
still
хотів
going on.
передати
But for
слово наших
future, I would
міжнародних
like to give
партнерів,
the floor to our
партнерам, які
international
вже
partners
понад 10 років
that for more
підтримують
than 10 years
український
have been
сектор
supporting
органічного
this
виробництва
Ukrainian sector of
і
organic
почути від них,
production,
які,
and
можливо, в
to
нас чекають
hear
новинки в
from them
26-му році,
what
та що їх
news
мотивує
might await for us in
підтримувати українських виробників.
2026 and what motivate
І
them to
першим до
support
слова я
Ukrainian
запрошую пана
producers.
Ігоря
And I would like to
Кравченка.
give the floor to Igor
Це місцевий
Kravchenko,
керівник
first of all. He's a
швейцарсько-української
local
програми
program
розвитку
manager of
торгівлі з
Swiss
вищою
Ukrainian program
профільною
Higher Value
промисловістю
Added
та
Trade from the
молочного
organic and
сектора в
dairy
Україні.
sector in
Пане
Ukraine.
Ігорю, будь ласка,
Please,
вам слово.
Igor, the floor is yours.
Дякую, Олексію. Сподіваюся, мене добре
Thank
чути, видно,
you,
трошки
everyone. I hope
поганий
that
інтернет
you
зараз
can
у нас.
hear me well and see me well,
Отже,
because I
шановні
have really
колеги,
bad internet
партнери,
connection right
друзі,
now.
щиро вітаю вас на
So,
міжнародній
dear partners, dear
конференції
friends,
«Візія
welcome
експорту
at
органічної
International
продукції
Conference
з
Organic
України у
Export Vision Ukraine
2026 році».
2026.
Для нас велика честь бути
For us,
частиною
it is a great
діалогу.
honor to be
Як ви
part of
знаєте,
this
Швейцарія вже
dialogue
понад
because, as
20
you
років
know,
послідовно та системно
Swiss
підтримує розвиток експортного потенціалу
has been
органічного сектору України
supporting
з
development
особливим
of
фокусом на
organic
органічні
potential of
продукти з
organic sector
доданою
of Ukraine
вартістю.
while
Ця
focusing
підтримка
on
реалізується
products
через
with added
проєкти, які
value. This
впроваджуються
support
досвідом
is
супермаленьких
implemented
сільського
through the
господарства, ФІБЛ
project
за
implemented
донорської
by
підтримки Державного секретаріату
FIBL with
Швейцарії,
donor
який ми ще
support of
питаємо
the
сектору.
Secretariat
У межах
of
поточної фази
Switzerland.
швейцарсько-української програми QFTP ми продовжуємо підтримувати
Within
експортний потенціал
QFTP,
органічного
we keep
сектору.
on
До
promoting
червня
and
цього року, хочу вас
supporting
до червня
organic
цього року, тому що
potential till
наш
June this
проект
year. I would
є
like to
з
emphasize on
липня
that
по
because
червень.
our project here
Водночас
is from
сьогодні ми
July till
перебуваємо в
June.
очікуванні
At the
затвердження
same time,
наступної фази
today we
QFTP
already
наприкінця 2028
waiting
року.
for
І як
approval of the next
традиційно,
phase of QFTP till the end
ми
of
плануємо домовитися
2028. And thus,
з
traditionally, we plan
представниками
to meet with the
економічного
representatives
сектору
of
і
organic sector
приватного,
and
і державного, які
private and state
відповідальні
representatives
за розвиток
responsible
органічного
for the
сектору.
development of organic
І
sector.
на
And
початку літа
at the
обговорити
beginning
наші
of
наступні кроки,
summer,
які
we are
ми
going to
будемо
discuss our
впроваджувати в
next
рамках
steps that
QFTP.
we are going to
В минулій
implement
фазі
within
наша робота
QFTP. In the
більш
next phase,
сфокусована
our
на
role will be
експортній
focused more
готовності
on
малих і
export
середніх
preparedness
підприємств
of small
органічного
and
сектору,
medium enterprises of
зокрема
organic
на їх
sector,
практичній
in
підготовці до
particular on
введення
their
в міжнародний
practical
ринок.
preparation to enter the European
За ці
market.
роки
During these years, we are very helpful our partners that we have been developing export potential of organic sector of Ukraine together. It is state and institutional entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, Organic Standard, Organic Initiative, Green Dossier. Together, we were growing as experts, as organizations, as ecosystem of supporting organic export. You know perfectly well our joint traditional programs like Organic Expert Club, Research of Organic Expert, and Organic Expert Dashboard. I would like to express separate gratitude to our highly professional experts, Natalia Prokopchuk, Anastasia Pivnyuk, Ludmila Pivnyuk. It's very difficult to overestimate your work in this sphere. For this years, we also were supporting the support of Ukrainian producers in international affairs as Galbut, Sial, and Noga, and also we promoted development of international practical dialogues with through the support of participation of the various delegations. And the most important thing that due to our joint work, Organic Export of Ukraine, despite all the challenges of a full-fledged war, full-scale war, does not only remain and maintain its strength, but shows its resilience. And it is a signal for our international partners that proves the potential of Ukrainian organic sector. Thank you everyone for cooperation, trust, and joint vision of the future of Ukrainian organic sector. I wish all of us fruitful discussion. Thank you for attention. I hope that you could hear me well and see me well. Yes, Igor, thank you. We have heard everything and we have seen everything. Thank you for your support in organic sector and our producers. And now I would like to give the floor to Tatiana Hetman, Export Promotion Manager, SIPO Ukraine. Please. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm extremely grateful for being invited to speak today among such professional in such professional community. Despite night shellings, we had more than 100 participants, and it is really great. I am representative of SIPO Ukraine. It is being financed by the State Secretariat of Switzerland on Economic Matters, SACO in a nutshell. The main mission of the program is to help small and medium enterprises from developing countries to enter Swiss and European markets, and that's what we have been successfully doing for more than 1 year already. The main specifics of the program is that we do not work directly with business. We work with business through business associations, business unions. As of now, in the portfolio of SIPO, we have 9 partnership associations, business associations, among them Organic Initiative, the organizer of this conference that as of now is extremely influential in organic sector, very active, and it makes me very happy. The main problem with organic sector, we have been working with the Organic Initiative since 2024, and as of now, we have already understood that the main problem still remains that internal market is too small, and it has significantly decreased after full-scale invasion. And the presence of expert is a matter of existing of organic sector of Ukraine. That's why here interventions from SIPO are extremely important, and we are trying to do everything possible to at least have small budget but help all the participants of the sector. So, as I have already mentioned, from with Organic Initiative, we started working in 2024. For 2025, we had lots of activities. Among them, we had at least 2 business missions. The first one was conducted because we had a request from a berry association, but Organic Initiative took active part in this mission. We went to the Netherlands and we were looking for the potential clients for organic producers of frozen berries from Ukraine. It was pretty successful mission, and already the next step was that Organic Initiative on its own decided to organize business mission to Rotterdam, and we also supported them in this. But that time it was 1 month ago in December of 2025. But in this particular case, we were talking about the support and looking for channels for selling producers of lentils and oil.
We also put a very big focus, and actually it's part of the strategic vision. We are placing great focus on the analytics. We held 3 stages of research. First, We held a very big study, a questionnaire to define the needs of Ukrainian exporters. Then we worked on developing the roadmap for the research that would be a very in-depth one for various sectors of the organic market. And finally, the third stage was to delve deeply in the markets of several products, namely 8, and we investigated what is happening at the moment. At this time now, the research has already been finished. They will be approved by the organic initiatives, and we are very proud of having done this because it is the deepest and the most detailed research done for the organic sector. The organic standard is the organization that is really a provider of the analytics that will be also taken into account in our study. So what we are planning to do in year 2026 is the following. We will keep the focus along with the organic initiatives. We will be focused on the development of expert and analytical services, and therefore I'm sure that there will be more greater quality products originating from Ukraine that will be seen in the world, as which will also bring the development of the businesses. So once again, thank you so much for having me. I wish you all a productive discussion today, and I will be present here with you.
Тетяно,
Thank
дякуємо.
you,
Наш
Tatiana.
проект не так давно
Your
в Україні, але
project
вже
is rather new for
весь сектор
Ukraine,
відчув вашу
but
підтримку
the
і дуже
whole
важливо
sector
для
has
швидкого
sensed your
постачання і
support,
розвитку
and it's
створити
very
бізнесу
important to
і великих
promote
галузевих
the
асоціацій та
development of
об'єднань.
infrastructure
Дуже вам дякую.
and the
Питання хотів би
industry
надати слово Павлу
associations.
Ледецькому.
Now I
Це
want to give the floor
національно-технічний
to Pavlo
координатор
Ledetsky,
глобальної програми
National Project
якості та
Technical
стандартів в Україні.
Coordinator, Global Quality and Standards
GQSP
Program,
Україна, Організація Об'єднаних Націй з
GQSP
промислового
Ukraine, United
розвитку
Nations
Мін'юва.
Industrial
Будь ласка,
Development
Павло, вам
Organizations,
слово.
UNIDO. Pavlo, you have the floor. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to see you all here today. My name is Pavlo Lodetsky. I'm the technical coordinator of the Global Quality and Standard Program in Ukraine. This project is called Promotion of the Trade for the Smart Recovery of Ukraine. We are focused in the sector of nuts and berries. We are rather specialized in this, but we don't only work with associations, but with the private sector directly as well. And we're very pleased to see a lot of our partners we are working in synergy with already present here today. So we're not just helping each other, but also promoting and enhancing the development of the country. Thank you, Mr. Igor. It is true that for us, the first open doors for us for berry nut development were brought about by QFTP, and I'm very happy that the joint donor of our projects has this kind of position and is focused on the dialogue and finding some common ground. We have been cooperating remotely for a long time already, along with our colleagues that have achieved a lot, and we're very happy to enter into the community with the very proactive participants that are moving in the right direction. We started actively cooperating and actively participating for about 6 months, but we're ecstatic to be gaining momentum because we know what can be done and who needs to do what and what impact it will have, because you know how difficult it is to enter some new stage because it requires a lot of experts, a lot of analytics, and here we were able to enter something that's already working, and I'm very happy to see the synergy already working with the office and the QFTP, and there's a lot of support and assistance in terms of coordination, not only in this sector but also in others. I'm also very grateful to the Organic Initiative for organizing events like this. It's the first time I'm taking part in an event like this. I'm very interested to see how this takes place, what your approach to holding these events is like, because we're also learning from all of our partners. But I'm not an expert in the organic sector. You know it better than me. But what we can offer to the participants of this event is the following. This Thursday, we are going to hold the first training about organic certification that we will host with the participation of organic standard in terms of the organizational aspect. So this Thursday, the first training will be the first training day, and then the second day will be on Friday and Saturday. So it's a 3-day workshop. You're very welcome to sign up. Kindly find us on Facebook, on LinkedIn. My colleague Natalia Prokopchuk, that was already mentioned today by Mr. Igor. You may know her very well. She helps us to promote the growth of this sector. She will share the links to our social media accounts and where you can register for the workshop. But we do not only hold workshops and trainings, and it's not only all about certification. Of course, we will bring you valuable knowledge, but it's just one component. And secondly, Organic Standard will be sharing reference materials on this subject. Also, we will provide up to 10 individual consultations for companies that are facing challenges or have certain questions addressed to experts. All of the workshops will be recorded and will also become reference materials to be shared, and we will share them via Organic Standard platforms so that in the future companies can access them and get the knowledge base that they need and the related benefits. We are not only working with the organic subject, but also the quality and the compliance, the quality assessment. So if you have any questions or are facing any kind of challenges with this, kindly reach out and we will happily share with you the range of informational materials. We also have a large pool of experts in the field of quality standards, and not only Ukraine-based, but also international ones. Another little thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that we're about to share a labeling guide, including the information on organic labeling. If you have certain needs related to organic labeling to be able to enter world markets, you will find valuable information in this guide. There are a lot of projects working in Ukraine, and successful companies are using the international technical assistance and support. It is free of charge. So knock on the doors and you will get the doors open. You're welcome to reach out if there is a need if there is a gap that you need to fill. You feel free to reach out to us, join with other companies. So we're also providing assistance for organizing international trade shows and the participations, because we do understand the importance of the presence of the national booths on the international platforms. And we are very happy to be in this cooperation with QFTP to support to support Ukrainian exporters. We are very happy to be cooperating with the partners from Ukraine and the international ones for promoting Ukrainian business. I wish everyone to have a productive event, and I'm staying with you. Thank you, Pavlo. Thank you so much for your help, and thank you for the announcement that you made. As one of the leaders of the experts of organic products, of course, we will be present at the VIACAS, but coming back to the announcement of the trade shows, there will be some collective booths for Ukrainian exporters, but which exactly trade shows we will attend. We will share this information a bit later, so we'll keep you intrigued. But generally speaking, regarding the international international support and assistance, we can see that it's truly important to have a certain analytics to begin with, but also taking into account the fact that Ukrainian business has demonstrated a potential for adaptability and resilience to overcome the challenges. This support from international organizations remains extremely important. Therefore, let me thank all of the projects for international supports, for staying with us, for believing in the Ukrainian producers, and we hope for ongoing cooperation with you in the future. Let us move forward to our next block, the analytics and study of organic export from Ukraine. The basis of any kind of strategic decisions is the understanding of figures and the real structure of export and the market challenges. So this is the block that will be dedicated to the subject, and it will be the platform for all of our further discussion and plans. The first to speak will be the advisor of the State Institution Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, Olga Gvozdova. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I will share my presentation now, and I will be talking not only about the analytical opportunities, but also the opportunities that will the exporters will be able to use, and those that you can reach out to. I work from for the Office of Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, and I have been researching international markets for a long time, and me and our partners are researching the organic sector, and we're exploring the external markets. Let me tell you a few words about the office. We're working on supporting the small and medium businesses, the development of competencies, capabilities, and promotions for abroad. The organic sector is one of our priority sectors for many years now. We are also the administrators of the portal Dia Business, and along with the Ministry of Digitalization, we are the coordinators of this platform, and it is the window for Ukrainian entrepreneurs that want to grow in Ukraine and abroad. Therefore, let me tell you a few words about it. If you are planning to engage funds via grants and loans, you can use this marketplace of financial opportunities where we aggregate all of the ongoing programs from various sources, both state-funded and funded by the international partners, the region-based programs. This is where you will find all of the relevant information. And if you did not find something that's relevant for you today, please come back to this marketplace. You may find something later because it's constantly updated. And secondly, the service for non-exporters and the entrepreneurs that want to grow includes the free consultations from private consultants. We are cooperating with the experts on over 70 subjects for consultations that can be very useful for you for growth. And also, let me mention a few directions for the export. It's one of our greatest priorities in our organization. We have been working with exporters since year 2015. In terms of organic market, let me highlight the following. First of all, there is a test for the readiness to the export. It's an online tool that will give you the recommendations as to which spheres may need some upgrade and improvement, and which you are rather strong at. So you will get a certain percentage of readiness. This test is shareable. You can share the results for various programs. You can come back to this test and track your own progress every year. Secondly, it's the actual training that we offer. We have launched a range of online courses on the portal Dia Business that help you grow, and you can take the courses at your own pace, improve the qualification of your staff. The courses are free, so kindly take a look and find something that you're curious about. And also consulting. We have various opportunities for consulting for experts, including a basic consultation on launching the expert activity, also including expert diagnostics that gives a deeper analysis of the state and the needs as of now. And we provide certain recommendations, and also mentorship support on forming individual expert plan. It is a three-stage program where consultants work with you on creating the expert plan. The expert plan is something that you put together yourself based on the three expert sessions that you receive on the diagnostics, on the selection and the research of target markets, and on working with the distributors. This mentorship session is periodically, regularly launched for various sectors. At the moment, it's working for the food sector. If is something that you can find beneficial, you're welcome to make use of it. Then back to the analytics on DA Business Portal, there are a few catalogs that include analytical material that will help you research external markets, including the analytics and the guidebook of the exporter. There is information of over 50 countries, and these guidelines, this guidebook includes information on the consumers, on trade, and they are also interactive in terms of being making you able to research the import-export trends in the certain countries, including the standards, the requirements, especially when it comes to EU markets. The requirements are very detailed. And also here you will find the contacts of useful organizations that will help you enter those markets. Next, there's also this analytical section having lots of research on this market. For the food sector, we have over 50 research and studies for various areas. Kindly take a look. You may find something useful there, but we will also cooperate in this with our colleagues this year so that this section continues to be populated with useful information. Also, let me show you this dashboard that we have been keeping with our partners. As for the organic products that we have been expanding and working on for a few years already, here you can see and analyze the export of Ukrainian organic products to the European countries. This is very exclusive information that is not present in our resources. So we are very grateful to our colleagues from Organic Standard for helping us prepare this information. It's only recently, in the end of previous year, we have enabled this opportunity to take a look via QR code to search information for this year and for previous years. Or also, you're very welcome to registered in our catalog of Ukrainian exporters. You will find information on companies from various sectors, and we also highlight specifically organic exporters and producers. There are dedicated catalogs to those. There's also an English-speaking catalog of organic Ukrainian producers that we use for promoting of Ukrainian producers abroad. So this is all that I have at the moment. You're welcome to ask me any questions. I'm staying with you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you for confirming that really there is a state support for Ukrainian producers. And also, I would like to add from my side that apart from the catalog of Ukrainian exporters, that is a passive tool for looking for clients abroad, for international audience, I would like to emphasize that international clients also can find for themselves suppliers with the help of this catalog. If you cannot find necessary product or a producer, then you can reach out to our specialist that will help you with selecting such supplier in Ukraine. Additionally, you can also reach out to the organizers of today's event, Organic Initiative, and certifying body Organic Standard that you will later also have the opportunity to meet. So now we are moving to the analytics of the sector of organic products, and we had various roadmaps, and expert from organic Advisor State Institution Organic Initiative, Organic Standard Certification Body will help us to understand. Ksenia, please. Ksenia Guliyeva, the expert at the Expert Services Department, Organic Initiative Public Association. I'd like to share this for everyone to see the screen properly. So can you see it? Yes, we can see everything properly. Then, thank you. Actually, I'm extremely happy to get back to the expert of organic products in such difficult time for Ukraine. My name is Ksenia Guliyeva, and I have been working in organic sector since 2008 in various roles, in various positions. For the last 5 years, I have been working in the team of the project of a German-Ukrainian cooperation in the sphere of organic agriculture with Dr. Stefan Dresman, and we have done a lot of useful things for organic sector for this 5 years, but the project was not working very actively in the direction of expert. And it happened so that at the end of 2025, the project finished, and actually Organic Initiative Public Association, together with SIPO, starting developing the direction of expert services. And at the end of autumn, I have joined this activity. And more officially, already starting from January, since January 2026, I will be focusing on the position of coordinator at the Expert Services of Organic Initiative Public Association for developing this direction. Well, if to talk about the role of Organic Initiative that we see, I would like to say here, and I would like to talk not only about export, but about international trade here as such, because in international trade, there are always two partners. And of course, we are for supporting our enterprises, and we have such a term market intelligence. It is a very famous English term, and we want to concentrate all of our services, all of our products, so that we can together support our literacy, market literacy, to understand the rules, so that companies do not lose time moving blindly, but that have better focus view concerning where to grow and how to grow. It's just the massive work is done by EPO here, but organic sector is a niche sector. It's a specific sector, and we want to add a little bit to the products of EPO in organics here. But from the other side, we, from our experience, see that organic sector in Ukraine, of course, is interesting for our international partners, for clients, for projects. And here, sometimes we might have some questions connected to with transparency, access to information, reliability. We have the war going on, pretty complicated situation, and here we would like to be an objective center of informational center that will be providing transparent, objective information that clients are looking for, and it will help them to start relations with our Ukrainian exporters, some kind of navigator in Ukrainian organic sector. Of course, 1 year for building the department or direction is not a big period of time. We have lots of discussions going on, and we are grateful to SIPO for actively supporting us. And we have a coach, we have several coaches that help us to structure all of this in a proper way. We are planning to have 3 segments, but now I'm not going to focus on that during this session because we are going to have the last session where the head of the society, Olana, will talk about, from association, will talk about our plans for 2026, what we want to do. And I would like to focus in my presentation on this first product that we have already created. We already have what to show you. It is roadmaps for entering European markets by sectors. So we have 6 categories of products here. Tatiana has mentioned 8. Well, first and foremost, really, we have defined 8 of them to these categories of product that you see here on the screen. We also had medicinal herbs and snacks, but we have implemented only 6 as of now. And later we will see how these products will be developing, what will be the quality, what will be the feedback, and we will be developing this direction and adapt it according to the needs. And we constantly will try to change our professional approach here as well to make it even better. Why we have selected such categories of products? Because according to all our research that were conducted in this sector are strategically important. These are berries, or two type of berries, organic blueberries and frozen organic raspberries. We do not need to highlight it. We know that it is an important and interesting segment, and these berries are pretty popular in export activity. Also, we have looked at 2 more segments. These are ingredients for organic bakery industry and gluten-free products. Why? Because these are huge sectors. Gluten-free products is a tendency, it's a popular trend. We couldn't omit it. We need to understand all of these trends. We need to understand how it is presented, where we need to look at. And on the other side, it is also bakery. Why? Because we are growing lots of grains. We have sunflower that also goes to a bakery industry. We have honey, and we also wanted to see the sector deeper, the segment, how it looks like, and where our niches and challenges are. Of course, the mainstream, it's organic legumes, and such an important product as organic dairy products. Actually, husbandry in organic sphere is an important innovational component. Or dairy products is that's a product of husbandry, and that's also, this is a segment that we want to understand better and to know how we can move with it, not only in internal market but also an international one. And if to tell you a little bit more how this was happening, the idea and implementation of this research belongs to Olana Organic Initiative. I have joined later at the stage of implementing, where technical tasks have already been defined. This financial support was provided by SIPO, and we have selected experts. So each research had experts working on it and specialists in their sphere. We are extremely grateful, our dear experts, for joining, so that in such a limited time frame you manage to share your knowledge, your analytical skills and experience, and you put all of this in such amazing structured product. And we, of course, also have our constant partner, it's EPO. They have provided us data for this research from sources that only they have access to. These are such a database as Statista, Euromonitor, Mintel. And we have not conducted such research as analytics for the sake of analytics or just to do that. We all want that research to make your way from your vision, from your idea to enter the expert to your contracts shorter. So that's why we had all those research. Just, it's just very general about each of the research. Our task now is not to dwell deeper into all this research. We just want to present, to show that it is already present there. As of now, our experts are introducing the last amendments that we have provided in the first sphere of the first version of research, and soon they will be available on the market on our. Well, at the end of the presentation, I will tell you how and when we are going to present all of this. So first berry is raspberry, and in this research you can find such answer to such important and key question: how can a Ukrainian producer transit from raw materials to stable exports? And it was built according to certain structure. Actually, all the research they have more or less the same structure. It's just that really we had various experts working on them. Every expert has has her own style, and each product also has its own specifics. But what you will definitely find in our research, you will find our sector audit. It's some kind of SWOT analysis, so in which competitive environment you're working in. Also, filter model selection of target markets, and our experts also highlighted according to each category what is a target market. So for example, for raspberry, according to this model, we had Germany, France, Switzerland. Well, we'll still have a deeper look at that. Then we have analysis of buyers and requirements and various scenarios for different players, how to enter. So just practical advice, roadmap, as a result, as conclusions, what enterprise should move where and how, and step-by-step plan for entering the market. Well, organic blueberries, it is a berry with growing demand, and for the last 10 years we have observed threefold growth. Organic segment is growing even faster than the conventional one. That's why it's more interesting for our producers, and it is already good. We are already among the top 10 suppliers of organic blueberries, but it is only 4-6%, and that's why it's understandable that we still have where to grow and where to develop. So the roadmap provides such windows of opportunity for Ukraine. Once again, it is this target markets. It's optimal entry models and practical scenarios for each of types of enterprises. Each research consists lots of analytical data, graphs that show what is the dynamic on the international market in this or that category. Gluten-free. We all see that it is a tendency right now, it's a trend, and it has strong potential. And we have a question here: what to do, where to look at, and what we have observed while analyzing this research. What do we have? We have a resource, because Ukraine has a strong organic raw material base. It's a buckwheat, millet, corn. All these crops are extremely valuable as gluten-free. But where we lose? We lose in not having systematic processing that usually provides this cross-contamination control, so that processed product already can have not only that it is organic, but also gluten-free. sign. And also what we need to use it is this market approach of combining gluten-free plus organic. We have lots of certified enterprises in organic production, but in gluten-free, we see that we have only 5 that combine such 2 standards. And these are this is this marketing component that shouldn't be underestimated. We need to understand how to use it better, how to combine all of this better, so that with better added value, we can you can sell your product with these 2 standards. And we also, our expert has conducted such research in various crops, and it is organic and Ukraine where we have what, and we see that Ukraine is very often hidden in private label or in B2B. There is no face. We are losing our face, and it is also one of the important questions for us to work on, and it was highlighted in this research. Then later we have such significant component as bakery. Bakery, well, we have raw material for baking, and Ukraine is the hub here because it grows organic raw material, wheat, rice, soybeans, buckwheat, and lots of baking products is made out of this. Plus, lots of legumes, lots of seeds added now, and other things that add value to baking products. And that's why it was extremely interesting to look at it. It was a pretty complicated experience because it was a pretty comprehensive direction. We also have processors. There are not so many of them, but more than 10. And what we have seen that we have raw material, and this is something that we have been talking constantly on similar events, that in Ukraine we have this raw material base, but we need to move to processing. Well, let's hope that after the war we'll have lots of opportunities, but it's important to have this factor, and this factor is the depth of processing. We were in the Netherlands with our mission in December, where we also were looking at sectors of seeds, legumes. We were trying to catch all these trends of what is going on. And also at before December, there was this interesting fair called Ingredients in Paris, and we were discussing that to grow the product is not enough. Ukraine can do that, but we need to understand these ingredients, this part where which ingredients we still need to process so that European Union and European countries are ready to buy these ingredients for their ready products. And that's why here for us we have big niche and challenge as well. But this we can clearly see it in this research that in raw material we need to see this depth of processing, and we need to try to already get ready and to prepare all of this for the product that can be used as a ready-made product. And this will be our added value. And also, we are losing on that fact that Ukraine is hidden, Ukraine is invisible. It's in this raw material, in this bulk raw materials. And in some countries, it is seen better. For example, in Switzerland, we saw that Ukrainian spelt and wheat are already more visible, but still, we do not have this recognizable face of Ukraine that is producing all these amazing ingredients with the help of this amazing raw material that we have the opportunity to grow. And that is our main conclusion from this research. And of course, it is also going to be about our strong negotiation position if we get to this level. Legumes. Legumes, we see here that it's a mainstream in all strategies of the European Union. Protein strategy, Green Deal, Farm to Fork, and that is not just empty thing. We also, as we have seen during our mission, that legumes are extremely interesting right now. Some can be more interesting, some can be less, but still, here we are talking not only about feed, soybeans, and organic legumes are in top two categories of organic import of the EU, and Ukraine is one of the key partners that can provide European regionality, and this is our strong position.
Our weak position is in the fact that we are still focused more on exporting soya that is a feed standard, and it's 90%. And what we should be looking at is more the food segment, including that will then be bought by the European consumers because their demand is diversified. The consumers are also interested in lentils, chickpeas, and peas, and others. But along with this, we see a further challenge, which is the following. Talking about the food segment, it's not only about the certification. So I've been a certified organic producer, but that's not it. It is very important to also involve the quality indicators, which is the evenness of the product. We have an expert working in this sector for a long time. So this quality, this standardization is the segment that we can understand, but it's very rather difficult to follow for us because this is something that we need to look at when it comes to legumes. So it's this and the diversification, because there is a demand for various types. Our competitors are growing, so the business market is not very mild, so to say. So despite the difficult conditions that we are working in, of course, this makes the competition not very fair. So we are taking a longer way and a more difficult conditions to be able to provide the same kind of standard, but we still cannot relax and cannot use it as an excuse. We need to hold our ground and keep to our positions. And these are the directions where we need to be looking at. And lastly, the dairy products. When it comes to the dairy products, they also need to be organic, coming from the animal husbandry. At the moment, we have a number of organic producers. It is a very promising direction to follow, keeping into account that there will be ready-made products like butter, milk. If we want to reach the export level, unfortunately, we have certain barriers, once again, regarding the quotas, and it is all included in the research. What are our conditions in Ukraine? But the optimistic part of it is the fact that after a period of stagnation, the market has entered a recovery phase, and there is a premium for organic products at the moment. Well, of course, it goes without saying that Ukraine is still a minor player in terms of volume. We have only one active exporter. They will be joining our event today, and they will tell us about how they managed to go to reach that level there now. This research is actually the foundation. You can draw certain specific analytics, take a look at the main trends, But of course, it's very product specific. So if you need to work with butter, so okay, you take butter and then you do your own research and research even more. So when it comes to the roadmap, it is the foundation that gives the grounds for deeper research for every specific product. And lastly, why did we focus on, along with the organic initiatives, specifically on this, is because we do need the understanding of the markets. It does not make sense to move blindly, not guided by any analytics. So this is the way that we took to get a better idea on the categories that we were researching. And of course, it is logical to ask this next question. What will be the positioning of the roadmaps? They were supported by our donors, therefore, they will be available. Like I said, they are at the final stage, and I believe that I'm not sure if we will be able to make it before the BioFach or a little bit after, but they will be available on the website of Organic Initiatives. So please follow. You're welcome to become a member of the Organic Initiative because the members get the information firsthand. But of course, we will be informing all of the sector participants. And later on, we also came up with the approach of cooperation with the Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office. Our idea is to hold the industry workshops because the research that we made for the legumes or the dairy, they all include 65, 90 pages of research. Of course, it is quite difficult to go through this a lot of information and sieve through what is most important to you. Therefore, we want to introduce those training sessions to really show you the analytics that is key, highlighted by our experts, and talk with you, discuss your vision and your path as an exporter, and then take it from there and see how to work on further and deeper products based on this research. Thank you so much for your attention. This is all from me, but I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just passing the floor to Alexei, and I will be coming back for a more practical session. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ksenia. Thank you so much for the research that you shared, for the presentation. And we hope that the information that's coming will be just as exciting because there will be another research of the exporter of the organic products in Ukraine and the director of certification body organic standards, Serhii Halashevskyi. Serhii, hello, are you with us? Greetings, everyone. Excuse me for being late, but we all know what the times we're living in. It was a very disturbing night last night, but I'm very happy to be here. And, you know, actually, I faced an additional challenge with the internet this morning. I never lost connection, but I did this morning, but we overcame even this. So my subject is export of organic products from Ukraine, organic standard. For over 9 years, has been exploring and researching this market of Ukraine. We have taken on the social mission because we understand that we have certain relation to the subject, and we can see a lot of data as a certification body, and knowing where this data is coming from, we can structure and accumulate, and this is what we have been doing. We have been doing systemic research of export, and this year we will be also researching, studying the import, along with the Office of Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion. We have been creating very valuable products. So we have processed the information for year 2024. We have a few insights for year 2025, but just to bring you to the same bandwidths, we do not have representatives of the ministry because normally they are also engaged into the monitoring because it is them, they define the number of participants in the sector and the relevant indicators regarding the expert. But I hope that nobody minds. I will give you a few slides on the situation of the market. So in the year 2024, based on the monitoring done by the ministry, we have identified 433 operators of organic market certified by the international standards. They are in direct communication with their certification bodies. They do it systemically, so this is reliable information. The general area of land for organic produce is 50,000 hectares. Also, just to give you an idea, recently we have been developing in terms of legislature, and actually not all certification bodies are qualified to certify based on this new law, but I believe that it is the right way to go about it, to have an increase in the number of operators, because Ukraine needs to be developing on the basis of the national legislature. So this is the steps taken by all the countries. In 2024, there were 260 operators. Recently, the results for 2025 give us the number 290 already. The operators for international standards, the indicator has been growing. We can see the dynamic, the positive dynamics. We understand that we live in the context of the ongoing war. Therefore, it is not possible to expect a huge growth in the market, but starting with the COVID years and then over to the wartime years, there was a period of stagnation, and there was a certain plateau stage. And for 2025, the preliminary data gives us the number 450. So it gives us an idea that there is a bit of growth. There are limited data, so it's difficult to analyze, but we see that there is a sufficient number of small and medium producers. And in generally speaking, I believe that the fact that we managed to retain the organic sector and the number of producers at this level, I believe that it is a very good result. And we also see there is a tendency for a certain recovery. As regards the general areas, we can see the information from the monitoring from the ministry. Maybe not all bodies provided the relevant sufficient information for this research. Therefore, there may be some confusion of information over the years. So maybe some bodies then just disappear from the range of coverage and then they come back. Therefore, there's this bit of, there may be some kind of discrepancy, but I believe that the figures that we're expecting this year will be similar to those from the last year. We are looking at also at the sales of Ukrainian organic products with the help of the program of the increase of the added value for Ukraine. We're very thankful for this assistance. You see the data on the slide for the last 9 years. You can see the data for the external market, the sales of Ukrainian products. The wartime years feature average the same level. there was a bit of an increase in year 2024 compared to 2023, but still remained at the level of the results for the 2021. For year 2025, I expect a bit of a decrease compared to the results of 2024, but a little bit more than 2023. So we will share the data when we have it, and we will see the clear tendency. As regards the cost of the product, you can see that there is a bit of a instability. There were certain years where it was similar and where it was different. We were looking at why that was, and we have come to the conclusion that the cost relies greatly on the logistics and on the transportation costs. Of course, the recent years were rather unstable in terms of the transportation options. As regards the sunflower oil, that has a big share in terms of export from Ukraine year after year. It is also fluctuating, and the reasons for the fluctuation are also linked to the fact that we are analyzing the calendar year, not the marketing year. And I think this also causes certain fluctuations. So some years show better results, some years show a worse result, but it also is linked to the demand and the price and so on. Going further, if we want to look at the overview of organic export from Ukraine in 2024, there were 21 countries of import. We have been within this number of 35 for several years now. The range of organic products is rising. It is also common sense because we are exporting more processed products. They do not change the general picture because the range of product is already rather wide. And if a shipment is going, it will not be even. So it'll be including various products. For example, the range of dairy products may be various, maybe very diverse. The same for medicinal herbs. So this is what gives this rise to the range of organic products. 250 importing companies is the result we have for year 2024. We have seen a bit of an increase in this regard as well. So it's getting diversified. The share is also changing. Talking about the geography of the export, of course, Europe is the main importer of organic products from Ukraine because it's close, it's convenient, and taking into account the conditions of wartime risks, our export to North America have decreased. But I believe the general share of export has also decreased due to the fact that we are not able to supply to distant markets because of the wartime conditions. Talking about Africa, Asia, Australia, year after year, there were some situational export incidents, but even in Australia, some niche clients are growing. The same for the eastern countries, including the Thailand, Indonesia, and others. If we analyze the products that Ukraine is exporting, this top 10 remains pretty stable with minor fluctuations, but it's curious to note that it is in the year 2024 that soya came first in this chart. So in the previous years, it was coming close to the leaders, and in this year, 2024, it ranked first, and it shows a very curious trend, especially taking into account the fact that for soya, Ukraine has reached the second place as an exporting country to the European Union. if we replaced a country, another country from the market. So this is the indicator for year 2024. For 2025, it's not so optimistic. So why were we able to reach this result for soya? It's because during the season of the year 2023, as we remember, we had issues with the borders being blocked, the transportation obstacles and limitations, and the transfer, the export that had to take place in the year 2023 was shifted over to year 2024. So and the similar situation happened in year 2025, taking into account the experience of the previous year. The exporters wanted to get rid of their existing products, so to say, to export it quicker before the end of the year. Keep just remembering what happened earlier. So this brought this specific result and this volume for soya that brought Ukraine to the top of the chart. Like I said, so the results of this year are not so optimistic for various reasons. There are certain conditions that are not favorable. There are lots of soya still left on the fields that will probably remain there due to the weather conditions.
Створює певні торгівельні бар'єри для експорту сої, сої ріпака, і це, звичайно,
For
впливає на
soybeans and rapeseed, and of course it has already influenced the export of soybeans in 2025. It will be much lower. We even analyzed already our harvest export for harvest for 2024. For 2024 and already in 2025, we also analyzed harvest, and there was already 5 or 6 times difference to the side of decrease. If we are talking about these 3-4 months, this is a timeline. Okay, then. So the second place is corn. We had wheat on the first place, but these crops, soybeans, corn, and wheat, they are actually. There was this top 3. Sunflower was pretty high, but lots of sunflower is being processed because we have lots of factories on producing of oil and sunflower cake. So that's why we have it on the 4th place, and it's a pretty typical. Lately, we have frozen blueberries. It's always in top 10, but it is very rarely on the 5th place. It's when we have good year, good harvest, a good price, then it's possible to have something like this. And then we have rapeseed and sunflower oil and so on and so forth, but it's pretty untraditional. But we still have the sunflower oil and wheat that is always in top 10, as well as millet. And this is export to the world. I'm not going to go into details of organic import to the EU. You have all the information here that can be downloaded, by the way, and can be up from the site Organic Info. Maybe colleagues want to send a link to the chat, someone might be interested in this. And here, if you take a look at the structure of the EU export, it is more or less the same product-wise as it is in the world, because as I have already mentioned, Europe is main client, buyer. Of course, the EU and Europe changes a little bit, the EU and world change a little bit, but what we want to pay attention to, the corn is on the 1st place. Then we have soybeans that has been exported to other countries, to Switzerland in particular. So that's why Switzerland is in the EU. And we also have frozen raspberry here, and it is a pretty interesting product with high demand. It was good price. That remains still the same, and demand still remains. It will be interesting to monitor this product in 2026, but still it has already broken certain records in export and in price, and it's the first time when it's in top 10. It's interesting. If to talk about our countries, well, now this is for all volume of import to the EU. To understand what place Ukraine takes here, so you see Ukraine is on the third place as a country supplier to the EU. Once again, we are in top 5 for the last 7 years. Actually, rather, we are in top 5 all the time while we have official data. And official data we have had for the last 6-7 years. So since we have this official data, we have been in top 5. We have never been on the first place, but second, third, fourth, fifth, so usually yes. For the last years, we usually the second, the third place. We also see other countries. They are not always competitors for us because we have a different structure of the product. Usually on the first places, we have either China for the last years, or as a rule, it might be one of the countries that is growing and supplying some exotic fruits, bananas, pineapples, and so on and so forth. So it's either Ecuador or Dominican Republic. Usually it's on the top. This year it was Ecuador. And I wanted to mention that Ukraine is an important player for the European Union and is a stable player despite the risks and the war. Ukraine is a stable supplier performing its commitments. And if we are talking about clients of Ukraine in the world, then once again, typical list, the Netherlands on the first place. I actually, frankly speaking, do not remember when it was not the Netherlands. Maybe in one of the research, it was Germany, so we're at the beginning, initial stages, and then it was the Netherlands pretty much all the time. Then Germany, that is always in top, the second, the third, the fourth place. Also Austria. Austria has been growing the last several years. There are several powerful exporters, but of course Austria is adding one position every year. Switzerland almost always in top 5. Italy also. Romania, the same situation. The States always in top 10. And we see that we have here also Poland, Czech Republic, Moldova. Why it is interesting with Moldova? Because the volumes are growing there. Why? Because first of all, in Moldova, we have a part of ready-made product that go there. It's not big in volumes, but still significant. And if to talk about numbers, it's usually because in Moldova we have the factory that is processing raw material, sunflower and soybeans, and certain part of raw material goes for processing there. That's why this export is growing. If we take the European Union, once again, I'm not going to repeat myself here because more or less the same countries. It's just without the USA, Switzerland, and Moldova. Instead of them, we have Denmark, France, and Lithuania. Well, Lithuania, I have always mentioned that Romania, Lithuania, Poland, these are hub countries. Now Moldova also, as you can see, where products go. Sometimes it just goes through those countries and move to other countries for export. Of course, in Lithuania, they have consumers of Ukrainian organic products, and in Poland as well. If to sum it all up, Ukraine is a reliable supplier, organic supplier to the European Union. You see data for the last 5-6 years. And we are always in top 5 countries that export to the EU. Usually it's from 70 to 150 tons yearly. It is in the structure of import around 7-10%. So Ukraine occupies this niche. Actually, the market of the European Union is, of course, developing. Every year something is added to it, but the very European Union also has its own incentives for its own production. So to expect that we will be growing significantly, well, we probably shouldn't do that, but we will grow gradually, and it is correct strategy somewhere because of the development of the market, somewhere because of the competition with other suppliers and those crops that are interesting for us as well. We are also important supplier of corn, wheat, soya, sunflower seeds, oil, cake, millet, berries, raspberry, we have already mentioned bilberry, honey, and some other products already there. I have already mentioned some medicinal herbs, even blueberries, or where some other interesting new products appear. If to analyze the biggest buyer of Ukraine, the Netherlands, then you can see here as well this country and the structure of export of Ukraine. This country has bought pretty significant volume, sometimes up to 50% of the whole volume of export from Ukraine went to the Netherlands. So you can imagine, for example, in 2024, you can see what was the situation. So it was more than fourth part went to the Netherlands. So if to analyze the structure of Ukrainian supplying to and what the Netherlands buy, well, actually, it's also pretty stable indicators that are actually going down. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Probably certain diversification is good, but we see that we are important supplier for the Netherlands. It's 9-11%. You see more or less around 10%. This is our main client. If we look at the categories for the last years, for the recent years, then traditionally we have three main products that are more or less in the same niche, and these are cereals, it's corn and wheat, and soya, it is protein feeds. And of course, cereals, because of wheat and corn, if to take them together, they have always been on the first place, the first category. But in we have this trend for decreasing in some other years, but we still have increase of, for example, oil cakes in the structure of export. We notice this as well. And nuts, fruits and nuts are growing gradually. If we look widely, we have this gradual movement, somewhere a little bit 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So that's how it's working, more or less. And oils, plant oils, sunflower oil, important for Ukraine, and Ukraine is pretty well known. We had also separate analysis on export of protein feed from Ukraine, and we actually support this data. I know that they're interesting for importers, but they are pretty stable. So we see from year to year, not even stable, but they are gradually growing. So Ukraine for the last 3-4 years, in 2025, we will be analyzing it separately, but I have this feeling that in 2025, because of the decrease of soya export, we will have not such big numbers, but 2024, for example, well, the export of so-called proteins was growing steadily, and Ukraine actually is a strategic supplier of proteins in the EU market because the feeds are later produced out of it so actually the European Union depends on Ukrainian proteins. And then this separate slide is dedicated to export of berries and nuts. This is research that we conduct already within a different project. It is with the support of Switzerland within the framework of the Global Quality and Standards Program implemented by the UNIDO, also Swiss project, but a little bit different one. We are really grateful for their support. We are still conducting this research. We're going to have detailed analysis of 2024-2025, but we already have certain data that we can share with you. In particular, what we have in the export of berries and nuts. Well, bilberry has always been and probably will remain on the first place for a pretty long time. The harvest influences. Sometimes we have worse years, as they say, but usually we have Polissa, we have Carpathian areas that they can provide pretty high volumes of production and export of this product. So it will be difficult for other berries to reach such numbers. Raspberries growing, walnut, well, also key product, more or less stable. Strawberry, garden strawberry, well, also has its own important niche, and I'm not going to list all the other berries. You can see them here. So diversification is pretty significant. So lots of berries, lots of products are important and have high demand. And I have separately prepared information on export by the client with the client of organic standards. Before that, it was general export from Ukraine. And I haven't mentioned about that earlier, but these were estimated data. So we are pretty sure that deviation can be within 10%, but still, more or less, these were such estimated data because it's pretty difficult for 100% to calculate everything, even though in that part where it was data from traces, for example, import from the EU, or the share in the Netherlands, it was 100% data because we took data from a trace system, a European system. So in this sphere, we have export of organic products from Ukraine by organic standard clients for the last recent years. I have added it because we have 2025 here already, and you can see certain dynamics. So 2024 for our clients was much better than 2023. And we actually expected, we did not expect 2025 to be the same because on the background that we do not have significantly increasing number of operators, then we couldn't expect higher number. And in 2024, they exported the harvest for 2 years even. But it definitely is more than it was in 2023 and significantly more. And I believe that it's still a great result. And let's well, our expectation that in 2026 we will have less than in 2024 and still more than in 2023. That's all about export. I still have 2 slides about import. I know that I am talking about export, but maybe these slides have never been presented anywhere else. Maybe it will be interesting for someone. We started calculating import. Someone asked us what is in our internal market. We always calculate internal market. We know that it's around $30 million of sales, and we identified that around 10 million of product is imported. And you see here the structure of import. The first place, alcoholic beverages, and here we are talking about organic wine. First and foremost, I think that it is consumed unconsciously. So it is just this share of organic wine, pretty significant in wine production, and it is on the shelves of our wine markets, and people buy it, and some part might consume it consciously, but usually it's unconscious consumption. Then on the second place, we have plant-based milk and baby food, the third place. And actually, to talk about the price, baby food is almost the same as alcoholic beverages. It's a significant part, probably half, almost half of all import, if to talk about the value. So I can say that if to take internal market, 1/4 it is import and 3/4 it is internal production. That is pretty good actually results. We also have import countries from we have 34 countries of export. We identify 268 organic products. I'm not going to go into details here. All this information is present at Organic Info website. I just want to highlight that we have such data, and we will keep on gathering them because it helps us to see the general picture. Thank you for attention, and I hope that I managed to
Так, Сергій, дуже
keep to the
дякую
timeline. Yes, Serhii,
за
thank you. Thank you for
презентацію. По
such
часу
an
все
interesting
ідеально.
presentation.
Але
Everything
ми
is
ще
ideal
поки
time-wise,
не відпускаємо. У
but we
нас
are
в
not
чаті для
letting
вас є
you go so
запитання.
far because we have
І
questions
для
in the
всіх
chat for
присутніх я
you.
нагадую, що у
And
вас
for
є
all those
можливість
who are
задавати
present, I would
питання в
like to remind
чаті.
you that there is still
І
an
також
opportunity,
паралельно
there's still opportunity to ask
презентаціями ми
questions in the
додаємо в
chat.
чат
And together with the
корисні
presentation, we
лінки та
also
інформацію.
send interesting links and information in the
До
chat.
запитань.
And
Перше
now to
питання,
the
які
questions. The
продукти
first
сої
question,
експортуються
what
до Європейського Союзу?
soybean
Чи є у вас
products are
така
being exported to
статистика?
the European Union? Do you have such statistics?
Власне, соя і експортується.
Well, actually,
То
soybean
основний обсяг
being exported, so the main volume
категорії там сої, це власне
of
сама
that
соя.
category is soybeans, it is
Стосовно того, чи
actually soya.
експортуються
So
ще
if to talk
соєві
about
продукти,
some other soybean products,
соєва макуха,
well,
я, чесно кажучи, можливо, були якісь ситуативні
soya
навантаження,
cake, I
були
don't know,
спроби її
maybe there
зробити, були
were
спроби
some
її
kind of
продати, але як такий
situational
системний
cases,
експорт чи
but
якісь випадки
we
успішних,
cannot
я
talk
поки що
about
не
some
чув.
systematic
Але я знаю,
expert
що
or
є
something
спроби
like
цей
this. But I
алгоритм
don't, I know
налагодити, і
that
я
we
сподіваюся,
have
це вдасться. Якщо ми говоримо за
attempts to
соєву макуху.
update all of this.
Соєву
If we are
олію ми
talking
чув, щоб
about
експортували. У нас,
soya
в принципі,
cake, soya
є
oil, I
є
haven't
експорт,
heard of
можливо,
it being
розвиваємо
exported,
тут.
but we actually do not produce it.
Тофу виробляють на
Tofu
внутрішньому
is
ринку,
being
здається.
produced but
Ну, в
in an
принципі,
internal market,
соя і
and
соя, да?
actually soya is soya is being exported.
Ну, тобто, з більшості все ж сама соя,
So
а
in
не
majority of
переробка.
cases, it is soybeans,
Зрозуміло.
not processed
Наступне
products. Okay,
питання
clear. The
про
next
додаткові
question is about
сертифікації
additional
плодам пшениці,
certifications
журавлини та
on
брусниці.
blueberry and
Чи
some other berries.
треба
So
наявні сертифікати
do
здоров'я
they need a
відповідно до
health
регламенту
certification according to the
2020
regulation 2020
1158, пише Чорнобильський
1158,
регламент?
the one that is Chernobyl regulation?
Чесно, я не знаю
Well,
відповідь на це
frankly speaking, I
питання.
do
Я
not know
думаю,
the
що мої
answer to this
колеги з
question, and I
Департаменту органік
hope
стандарт,
that my
напевно,
colleagues
володіють
from the
цією
Department of
інформацією.
Organic
Якщо
Standard probably
будуть
know this
звідки в цьому
information.
заході, можете
If we have
написати в
some of them
чаті.
present at the
Я
event
єдине, що
today,
можу
you can
сказати
write
по
it in the
додатковим
chat. The only thing I
сертифікатам,
can say about
взагалі, напевно,
additional
і стосовно
certification
олії теж.
and about
Звичайно, у нас є
berries in
базова
general that, of course, we
сертифікація
have
за
based this
регламентом Європейського Союзу,
certification based on the regulation of the
яка
European
є такою,
Union,
база,
and it is
must
the
have, да?
basis, the
Тобто
foundation. It
без
is
цієї
must have. So
сертифікації
without the
кінцевий продукт не може
certification, the
бути
product
експортований в
cannot be
Європейський Союз.
exported to the
Але
European Union.
багато виробників ягід, зокрема,
But lots of
But
producers
a lot of
add
producers
to
of the
this
berries in particular, they add to the certifications this private standard of quality based on the markets that they are reaching. It can be craft or some applicable standards that are relevant. So it's rather frequent, and it's not only related to the market, but also to the reputation and image. So maybe the certification may not even be applied, but it's still a stand of compliant to certain standards and quality control. So this is when it comes to organic standards. Also, we have a standard that has been launched recently, so it's only last year. That's Fair Wild. Sometimes it's also required. But regarding other aspects for the health regulations, I'm not quite aware. Maybe there are colleagues from the expert
Є
office are
просто,
here to comment.
Сергій, втискати ми вас
Serhii,
бачимо. Чи
let
можете ви
me
закрити вже
tell
презентацію?
you, because so please stop running your presentation so that we can see you. Well, actually, this is something that
Техніка.
I've
Навіть
been
техніка не
trying
витримує, щоб
to
мова
do.
працювати. О,
Uh,
чудово.
okay, there we go.
Супер.
Thank you.
Просто є коментар до цього
There is a
питання,
comment to
що
this
дуже багато
question
проблем виникає при
that there
перетині
a
кордону
lot
саме з
of
боку державних
issues
секторів країн ЄС, що не приймають сертифікати і
arise
повертають
at the
машини
border
без
crossing
пояснень.
where the doctors
Питання
of
принаймні,
European
яку ми
Union
знаємо про цю
they
проблему,
refuse
особливо з
entry
поляками, коли
and they do
відповідно
not
ми
give any
надходимо пункти
explanations.
перетину. Публічно
We
свої якісь
have
правила.
heard about these problems with
Чи
the
підкажете, до
doctors, the
кого
medical
можна
control
звертатись в
at the
цьому
borders
випадку?
in
До
Poland
наших
included. Maybe you could give
ДПС
an
Держприкордонслужби,
advice, a piece of
чи
advice
хто може
where
допомогти
to
в цьому
turn,
питанні?
who can help in this.
Я сподіваюся, що мої
Well,
колеги з
I hope that
імпорту
my
темі
colleagues from the export office
і
can
зможуть
be
це самі
helpful
прокоментувати.
in this.
Я
Maybe they
прошу, якщо
can
не знаю, хто написав
comment.
його, ви
I
можете
don't know who
зв'язатися з
asked this
нами,
question.
з
Kindly
агентством
reach
«Органік
out
Стандарт»
to
і
the
прокомунікувати ці моменти, і ми потім
to our
можемо
partner, the
сказати, чи
Organic
можемо ми вам
Standard,
набачити
and
інформацію. Окей, ми тоді з
we
вами
will
зв'яжемося, дізнаємося
reach
деталі.
out to you. We will come back to you with this response. If we are able to give you the information, we will. If not, we will refer you to someone who can. But any country, just to sum it up, any country can set certain requirements, and it's difficult to estimate in advance, and it's not very frequent. But if our clients export over 5,000 shipments a year, sometimes, of course, they can face something unpredictable situation because there may be some regulations that were changed, and someone and the exporters are not aware, or maybe even the border control officers may not be aware about some changes that were in action
Добре, тут,
already.
до речі, у вас ще
I see
дуже
there are
багато
more
запитань до
questions.
вас
Yes, actually, there are so many
приходило
questions to
справді
you.
небагато. В нас
You
трошки
got the
піджимає
audience
час,
very
тому
excited,
я
but
попрошу
we
ваших
are
колег, які
limited in
присутні
terms of
по
time.
питанням в
Therefore,
чаті, де
I will
можливо відповісти саме в чаті.
request your
Було
colleagues
дуже багато
to respond
статистичних
to the
питань.
questions in
Хотів би
the
зупинитись
chat because there are many statistical
на
questions. But let
одному
me now
з
dwell on one,
на іншому, не по статистиці,
on
а
another subject,
чому, на
not
вашу
related to
думку,
statistics.
25-й рік був
Why
кращий
do
по
you
експорту,
believe year
ніж 24-й?
2025 has
Можна
shown
дуже
to be
коротко, бо
more
попереду нас
challenged
чекають ще
compared to year
знайомства з вашими
2024? Please
експортерами.
be
Я думаю,
brief
які зможуть
because we
поділитися
have
власними враженнями і досвідом. Це
exporters
питання.
waiting in
Але
line to
коротко
speak
від
today, but
вас.
kindly briefly comment on
Якщо
why
дуже
that could be.
вкратце,
Well,
ті
if
моменти, про які я
if to be
згадував в
brief,
презентації, що
I
в
would mention
24-му році,
these
зважаючи на виклики 23-го року, намагалися
things
швидше
that I mentioned in the
експортувати і збереження,
presentation. Well, compared
і
to
обсяги були більше, ніж
the
через це.
year
Подібило, що
2025,
це
the year
були тільки в 25-му
2024
році з января.
was more productive because
Крім
the
того, є
exporters
питання по
tried
врожаю.
to
Є
export all of
питання
their
по врожаю
products as
культурних,
soon as
які не
possible
досі
to fit
зібрати
it
в
within the
полі,
year,
десь
expecting certain
там, коли
issues
не було вологи, там навпаки була зайва волога. Тобто
to
період
be
був важкий
coming.
з точки зору
And the year
врожаю.
2025 was also
Це теж
rather
вплинуло
difficult in
на
terms of
можливості,
yield, the
тобто на
harvest,
обсяги,
and
потенційні
that
обсяги
also
до експорту.
affected the
Якщо ми
export
говоримо за
capabilities.
взагалі
So
обсяги, чому
this
обсяги
is
всього не були
generally
зменшені?
speaking why
Але
we
тим не менш, все
expect the
одно
results to
я
be
оптимістично
lower
дивлюся,
than those
що
from
все
the
одно це
previous
краще, ніж
year.
було минулого року.
But
Хоча порівняти з минулого
optimistically
року, він
speaking,
вийшов такий
these
собі
results are will
акумулював
still be
врожай
better
і
than year
у нас деякі
2023.
клієнти експортували залишки,
So
тому що врожай
pretty much
був
the year
набагато
2024 accumulated two
якісь культури,
harvests.
які інколи,
That's
знаєте, раз
why
в рік стріляють
the
швиденько, а потім 3
the
роки
results
вони
were
не
such.
стріляють. Треба
And
чекати,
also we
поки знову
need
буде
to
якийсь рік, і тоді знову вродить
remember that
починати.
there are
Ось у нас
certain
культури
crops
стріляють.
that
Минулого
can
року,
give a really good
24-го року,
yield
має все
1 year
реалізувати,
and
повністю
then
вичистити всі, як то кажуть, склади.
give a
Тому таке.
setback for the next couple of years. So this is also
Зрозуміло.
normal and
Можна
natural.
так підсумувати, то в
Okay,
24-му
so
можна
if
було
to
ще
sum it up, we can say
Добре,
that
дякую вам,
at
Сергію.
least the year
Також дякую
2024 gave
іншим
us something to sell.
спікерам, які долучались до
Well,
цього
thank you
блоку
so
за
much, Serhii.
презентацію
We want
змістовні
to thank
презентації.
the other speakers
Надалі
that
нас чекає
participated in this
цікава
section.
частина.
We're in for another exciting
Реальні експортери зможуть
section
поділитися своїм досвідом.
where the
І з ним
actual
нас
exporters can
познайомить
share our experience.
Ксенія Гулієва.
We give
Будь
the floor to
ласка,
Ksenia
Ксенія, the
Hulieva,
floor is
who will
yours.
introduce
Так, дякую, Олексія.
the speakers.
Дякую.
Thank you, Oksy.
Сижу, аналізую там
I'm
інформацію,
sitting here
дивлюся,
trying to
що
analyze the
увагу
information
більше
that
виявили
I
дослідження
received and the information that
своїх
we got
Нідерландів
in
також.
our
В мене
research and the
просто так
subject of
моментів
the Netherlands.
такий невеличкий
And
коментар.
I have a
Стосовно того, що
comment
нам дуже
on
важко зараз
the
з
fact that
точки
we
зору
are facing a
витримати і
challenging
розвиватися,
situation
але от
where we
наші
need to
конкуренти 5 плюс
persevere
5
and
і
grow, but our
наші 5 плюс
competitors
вже
are
10-й рік
also
поспіль. Це
growing.
дуже гарний показник, але
And
от те,
the
що
fact
ми
that we are
побачили під
placing
нашою,
fifth is
час
really
нашої
good,
місії,
but
це
something that we
підказав,
saw during
що,
our mission,
як я вже сказала, розслаблятися
like I
нам далі
mentioned,
не
we
можна. Ми вже і
cannot
так не
rest on the
розслабляємося,
laurels, so we
але
cannot relax
ще
and
Ну і зараз ми
stop our
починаємо
efforts.
дві наші такі
And now
практичні
we
сесії.
are
Перша
starting
буде
two
про
practical sessions. First
експорт,
will be
і
dedicated to the
який у
export.
нас є 5
And
експортерів,
this is
які
where we will feature 5
всі часи
exporters
експортують і
that
утримуються, і
are
розвивають, і
doing
отримують там
their export activities, and they managed to persevere. And we have heard about the role of Ukraine, the placing fifth, but we are capable of keeping this position thanks to our companies, our producers, thanks to their adaptability, their resilience, and their ability to respond to the challenges that our reality now is giving us. And now let me ask two key questions that will be guiding our session. First is the following. We have 5 various segments, 5 various types of products. Each of them has come their path. What was the year 2025 like for you? What were your goals for this year? What did you manage to accomplish? What didn't you? And what were the unforeseeable challenges that you faced? We're also here in the beginning of the year 2026, and of course, you have made some plans, you have set some goals before yourself, keeping in mind the experience you gained in year 2025. So please speak in this direction. Provide your comment. The first to speak will be Victoria Vasilchenko, the commercial director of the agro-industrial company Arnica. The agro-industrial group Arnica is the greatest producer and exporter of organic agricultural products, soybeans, grains, and the processed goods. It's the closed cycle company that has the greatest land or organic bank, which is 18,000 hectares. I believe that if we're talking about this kind of scale, the range of challenges is also rather pronounced. So kindly, Mrs. Victoria, share your experience. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for introducing my company. I believe that many of those present here have heard about us. It's truly so that it's always difficult to be a pioneer in certain spheres. And what I'd like to mention here as well is that the year 2024, as was mentioned by Mr. Serhii, was more effective, more fruitful. It was very energized, so to say. We did manage to do a lot. And the year 2025 was a bit of a decline because it brought about good events and not so good. It was probably the most difficult year in the history of Ukraine in terms of the energy challenges, the power supply to the enterprises. Therefore, every company functioning today, they're using power generators, or maybe they're trying to manage to do something in the limited time where there is centralized power supply. But along with this, let me tell you that despite everything, we're moving forward. We cannot relax. We cannot wait. It's true that year 2024 was more productive. And let me second Serhii's words, who said that export was boosting, was booming, and we were running, and we did not think about the surprises that year 2025 would bring. If to mention the figures, out of 12,500 tons of soybeans that we've grown, it's the harvest of 2024. We managed to ship 9. With the harvest of year 2025, we managed to ship only 1,700 tons of soybeans. this is very, very low, a very low indicator for us. And of course, it was due to a serious a challenge with the state regulation of export of soybeans, and by the end of the year, it really affected us in a negative way, because for European soy export regulation concerning export to the EU, we have been getting ready for this for several years already. We are looking at certain specific timeline where we need to have certain documents ready. For Ukraine, in this regard, the new regulations were brought in action, the export duty, certain regulations that required a certain set of documents that the producer needs to provide to prove that they are the producer. But of course, it's does not really make sense, because the tax administration, the phytosanitary inspection that provide all of the export documents, it is all very transparent. It is very well regulated. Everybody understands who the producer is, where are the trading flows, where are the direct flows. But nevertheless, we hit this wall, and I believe that the producers of soybeans and rapeseed, they have sensed, they have felt the implications of this new regulation, how the document preparation was made much more difficult, and we were waiting for someone to become the pioneer, for us to make us understand if the system is already working, so that there is no delay. But we did not manage to have someone go before us, so we were the first ones to go. There was a delay because of this document challenge, and we had some contracts that were about to expire, so we had to take a step. That was one of the most difficult times in year 2025, and this situation really affected the volumes of export in 2025. We had planned to ship almost all of the soybeans that we grew by the end of year 2025, but we had what we had, so we keep planning forward. And of course, the logistics could not, the logistics also failed us, because but these challenges are always there. Us as a big company in the organic sector, we were always trying to find another alternative to big bag or truck shipments. We tried to scale up. We included railway transportation. We could actually fill up the whole trains. It was a really good transportation shipment solution to use Danube as a transportation means, but we also faced a few unpleasant surprises there. Let me now address everyone who are now engaged in the logistics across the country, who has difficult supply chains. Let me give you a bit of advice. Make sure you control every bit of transport that carries your produce. Because last year, in year 2025, we were victims of a criminal group, actually, as this group SEEP. So what happened was, along the route of our soybeans convoy, there were grain trucks taking the products to the Port Reni, and during this transportation, it was a big load a lot of 80 trucks were involved. We were bringing 1,500 organic soybeans, bio-Swiss, the top quality soybeans, the greatest certified organic soya. And what happened was that our hired trucks, so this transporter that we hired turned out to be a criminal group, and so our soybeans were substituted by genetically modified products. So there was a barge getting loaded. The organic standard was there controlling, and it's all sealed. And nobody could imagine that in our civilized world there could be this kind of scheme. But so those trucks that came, and the investigators have shown that have contaminated all of our shipment. It's 1,500 soybeans worth €1 million that was contaminated, that was spoiled. So we had to sell it as conventional, and we had to pay fines and everything. So of course, we have made some conclusions. It's the GPS monitoring of every truck. So now our trucks are going in convoys. They're all labeled and marked. The security service have now put certain procedures in place. But this is the case that we have had. And why I'm talking about this today is because our situation in the organic sector is the only one, but in the conventional sector is a scheme that has been working for a year and a half about this long, where the producers suffer and the big companies fall victim of this criminal behavior. And this practice, this scheme has been announced widely. So I want to warn you, be safe from this kind of criminal activity. You need to monitor every stage.
Because it looked like everything was controlled, everything was under the monitoring of surveyors, but several missed moments, and 1,500 tons of organic soya disappeared. I wanted to complain to you a little bit. Now I would like to say some good things that took place in 2025. Of course, since Arnica is a company that is constantly investing, constantly developing, we are constantly thinking about some new products. We are trying to implement something new all the time. Serhii Halashevskyi, for example, also knows that we constantly call with some new ideas, what fits, what does not fit. So that's why this year we have successfully working in 2025. We have successfully working our new and very modern factory on processing sunflower seeds. It is a press factory. We are pressing oil. We make sunflower cakes together with, in partnership with our colleagues. We raffinate this oil. We open a new. We communicate with new clients. It is extremely interesting to go through all these processes and then get the result, and to see that there is an effect from your actions, and how this involvement to new products can bring its fruits and have great economic result. It really worth a lot. So that's why I would like to emphasize that our factory is working with the help of generator today, as probably the majority of producers in Ukraine, but nevertheless, it is in-depth processing, it is added value, it is not just a raw material, but it is also already those ingredients or food product with which we can enter the European markets and the USA market. By the way, Ksenia has been talking about soybeans, that Ukraine is more raw material based, but that soy products are presented mostly it's soya for feeds. But also we shouldn't forget that fact that feed soybeans is transformed into organic combi feeds and later used by dairy farms and some other farms, and in any case they end up at the shelf of the final consumer. So without it there will be no organic egg or organic milk. So that's why everything should be balanced and in harmony. Organic products of legumes segment, well, they are so niche actually, and I think that producers of organic products that have not lots of land will definitely find for themselves some kind of interesting niche crop with which they can learn how to work. The same legumes, for instance, or some crops that they can, or cereals that they can learn how to work with and have top quality. And everyone is ready to pay good for top quality. And I also would like to mention that European customer, European buyer is always for stability. So if they have selected 1, 2, 3 companies in Ukraine that are already that have already proven their good quality, and then they can have they can provide them with the same niche crops that feed their economy, then they will be with you for many years in cooperation, in additional investments. So these are very reliable partners for developing of your business. It's just some small digression and the comment to the previous speeches. But concerning 2026, well, what can I say? First and foremost, everything that was lost in 2025, all these problems that we faced with, so we need to solve them first and foremost. We need to keep on going. We always invest a lot, and of course 2026 will also be with invest projects. We invest a lot in irrigation. We develop irrigation spaces because today, according to our reality of climate changes and unpredictable weather conditions, the lack of humidity in our region, we are in Poltava region, of course, that it is one of our priority directions, this irrigation. And the second priority direction and investments, it is in-depth processing of our main crops. It is also it's just a small plan, as they say, but what 2026 has in store for us, well, we'll see. We are ready for everything. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for being so fearless. Despite all your challenges that you have been facing with, you keep on developing, and you add value to your already valuable products. Thank you. Thank you. You know, Victoria, in the chat, we have lots of questions for you, but we are already outside of our timeline a little bit, so I'm not going to read them all out. If it's possible, could you please comment in the chat to all the questions? There are some questions concerning logistics. Yes, of course. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for this. Thank you.
переходимо до
Now
нашого
let's
наступного
move to our
спікера.
next
Є
speaker.
такий
We have
важливий сегмент, да,
very
як молочна
important segment
продукція,
as
і в
dairy
цьому
products,
сегменті у
and
нас
in
є
this
тільки
segment
один
we have only
експортер на
one
сьогодні.
exporter
Десь
currently.
дослідженні,
Somewhere in
коли ми
research,
аналізували, це десь
when we were
менше
analyzing,
10,
it is
точніше
less
6
than 10
виробників,
or
але
actually
от до
six
експорту
producers, but to
поки
export
тільки один,
only
і
one is
ми всі
ready.
знаємо, це
And we
компанія
all
Organic
know
Milk,
it is
яка
company
взяла вже
Organic
цикл
Milk,
зі своєю
also with a
сировиною,
close cycle of it, with its own raw
землями,
material, lands,
чудовим заводом в Житомирській
amazing
області.
factory
Тому
in
я передаю
Zhytomyr region. So I would
слово
like to give
Олені
the floor now
Стратович,
to Olena
генеральній
Stratovich,
директорці
General
компанії,
Director of the
також з нами
company.
поділитися.
She will also share with us.
Включіть, будь ласка, мікрофон.
Could you
Олена.
please, Olena, could you please switch on your mic?
Дали дозвіл. Доброго дня, шановні
Yes,
колеги.
hello, dear
Рада
colleagues.
всіх бачити.
I'm happy to see all of
Дуже
you.
коротенько поділюся
Just in a
своїм
nutshell, let me
досвідом,
share my
але,
experience,
звичайно,
but of
експорт
course,
переробленої, готової
export of
продукції
processed and ready-made products
категорично
is
відрізняється і
extremely
ринки, і
different in
складові умови від
markets and in
експорту
tools
сировини.
and from the export
Це
of
зовсім
raw
інше.
material.
Я буду говорити сьогодні про два
So
напрямки. Це
I'm
не
going
тільки
to talk
молочна
about two directions
продукція.
today. These are not
Я
only
вам
dairy
скажу,
products.
що
I
ми
will
сьогодні
tell you that
експортуємо
we
своє
are
яйце. Ми
exporting
відновили
our
експорт
egg today as well. We
2025 році. І по
renewed export
об'ємам
in
експорту
2025,
в
and to
грошах
talk about
це займає, мабуть, сьогодні
volumes, then
уже
egg
більший
is
об'єм,
probably already
ніж
has even
молочка.
bigger
Хоча
volumes than dairy products,
цілі, які були
even though
поставлені на
the targets
25
that we
рік
had for
стосовно
2025
експорту молочної
concerning export of
продукції,
dairy products,
це збільшення
it
вдвічі
is a twofold
по відношенню до
increase if to
24
compare
року.
with
Цілі виконані на
2024.
100%.
Targets were 100%
Якщо
met.
говорити про
If to
яйце,
talk
ми тільки
about
почали,
eggs, then
відновили,
we
вірніше,
have just
експорт в
renewed
25 році, тому що ми
the export
експортували
in
до Дубаю
2025 because we
4 роки тому,
exported
як
to
почалася війна,
Dubai
але потім з тим, що
4
закрилось небо
years
і так далі.
ago when the war
Ми
started
відновили
and then
експорт у
the sky was closed, and we renewed our export in
році, ми збільшили свої
2025.
потужності, ми
We
добудували ще
increased
ферму.
our capacities, we
Тому
added
якщо
some farms.
говорити
So
про
if
от
to talk
якраз
about
органічне яйце,
organic
то
eggs,
на сьогодні
then
у нас це близько
as of now, it's around
60-70% від загального
60-70%
об'єму.
from
Ми
the general
експортуємо
volume. We are
в країни
exporting
Перської
it to
затоки,
the countries of
зокрема в
Persian
Дубай.
Gulf, in
Якщо
particular to
говорити
Dubai.
про
If to
молочку,
talk
то
about dairy
ми
products,
сьогодні
then
експортуємо
we
в
are
9 країн
exporting today to
світу. В
9
25
countries of
році
the
нам
world. In
вдалося
2025,
подати ще
we managed to add
декілька країн і
several more
масштабувати
countries
тих
and
партнерів,
to
які в нас
upscale those
були
partners
наразі.
that we
Це такі
had
країни, як США,
at that time.
Канада,
These are such
Молдова,
countries as the
Німеччина,
USA, Canada,
Іспанія,
Moldova,
Йорданія, Кувайт,
Germany,
Катар.
Spain,
І
Jordan,
зрозуміло,
Qatar,
що
Dubai.
задача
And we
стоїть і
understood
на
that the
26
task
рік
that we
масштабування і
have for
масштабування. Якщо
2026
говорити
also to have
безпосередньо
this
про
scaling, upscaling.
25
If
рік,
we are talking about
я думаю,
2025
що експорт
separately, then
в
I believe
цілому,
that
мабуть,
export in
врятував нашу
general
молочну
probably
компанію,
saved
тому
our
що
dairy company because
внутрішній ринок дійсно був
internal
дуже
market was
складний,
really extremely complicated,
найскладніший з усіх
the
років,
most
які тільки
complicated
були.
in all the years
Падіння об'ємів
that we had. We had
і,
decrease of volumes
скажімо так,
and, let's
не
say,
зовсім партнерська поведінка
not very
наших рітейлерів, з
partnering
якими ми працюємо безпосередньо
behavior of
майже на
our retailers
100%,
that we
тому
have
що
been
нашу
working
продукцію
with
ми
almost
продаємо
100%
виключно
because we
в
sell our
рітейлах.
products only in retailers. So
Здорожчання контрактів і так
we had more expensive
якби не
contracts,
експорт
and
згенерували
without
нам негативний фінансовий
export we would
результат, а
have
от якраз
negative financial result,
експорт
but
нас
the
і
export
врятував.
actually
Хоча було багато теж нюансів,
helped us.
багато
But
складнощів,
we, of
але
course, had
якихось
lots of
таких
other
категоричних,
difficulties and
мабуть,
lots
в
of other
25
issues,
році
but
не
nothing
було.
extremely significant
Ми
in
відвідували виставки,
2025. We
ми це
visited
робимо і зараз, там
uh,
їдемо на
fairs. We
Галфуд,
do it
їдемо
now
на
as well.
Геофак.
We go on
Хочу
GoFood
вам
and
сказати,
GeoFac. I
що ось
want
така
to tell
тенденція
you that
особисто для моїх
this is a
компаній.
trend, especially
Біофах, на
for
жаль, не
our companies.
продуктивна
Biofach,
зараз виставка.
unfortunately, is
Ми
not a
чомусь не
productive
можемо за
fair
всі
for
роки там
us.
знайти жодного
Somehow we
клієнта.
cannot find even
А
one
ось такі
client there.
виставки,
But
майже
such
жодного.
fairs,
Такі
well,
виставки там,
almost no
як
clients, but
Ануга,
such
як
clients as
Галфуд,
such fairs as Anuga,
Сіал,
as
це для
Galfood,
нас
Sial, for
якраз
us, it is
ті
actually
виставки, які
as
дають
those those fairs that are effective and they provide us with the result? Maybe because it is processed product. What are the most important, the biggest problems? What were the biggest problems in 2025 for dairy direction? These are those that imagine our product to sell it in the European countries. It has we need to have very large-scale approach to this, not just to put it on the shelves, but we need to promote it, we need to invest in it, we need to have marketing, to organize tastings, to involve media, we need to have lots of activity, to be very active in social networks, but one more specifics of our expert is that we can sell our products in ethnical stores. I could say here only in ethnical stores, but last fair Nuga gave us the chance and the opportunity that we are already implementing in 2026. I will tell about this a little bit later, but to start working with big networks, but so far we are being sold only in ethnical stores. First of all, networks do not let us in. Second of all, you know that there are already quotas for dairy products. It has not been like this before, but in 2027, there are going to be quotas, so that's why networks do not let us in. To bring our product there is practically close to impossible. So that's why we are being sold in ethnical stores. Such stores, based on our experience, that is also not so easy to promote our products there because people have their own taste. There are certain traditions already. They buy certain dairy products. That's why this year we had such kind of quest. And we still have it for 2026 as well with the team of promoters in Italian big ethnical networks, and there are lots of them there, not only Italian but also Germany ones. We were working with our promoters. We had constant tastings. So people had constant communication with people in the stores, and it's not just expensive; it's also extremely complicated. But our hopes worked properly, and just after few weeks of working in Italy, we got amazing results, and every time, every 2 weeks, we increase our volume in all the Italian stores, in all the regions, from Rome to Venice. In ethnical markets, our products are being sold, and the numbers are growing. We're really happy about that. We start to do the same now with Germany, because to promote without all of this is absolutely impossible. That's why we have seen that we need to also invest a lot in promoting marketing, but it all brings its results. Of course, we have also faced such problem in 2025 when we want to be the people want to buy us, or by the distributors or sellers or the stores, but they need to be certified, and to certify according to organic standards, it takes some time, it takes some money, certain specialists, and so on and so forth. And it is also it was a barrier for us, because we could have had more contracts, but because of not certified partners and companies according to organic standards, it was the reason for us to decline, refuse them. So what in the end of 2025, also what shook us a little bit is that The price for milk in Europe, you probably know,
критично впали, майже на 30%.
Significantly decreased by 30%. The price for ready-made products, for butter, decreased almost by 30% because there were quotas introduced by Chinese and Americans, Europeans. That's why prices decreased, including organic products. And we
стали в нерівній конкуренції, тому що в нас,
we were not in equal competition because for us nothing has changed. Expenses did not decrease. Expenses actually are increasing constantly. And when our partners tell us that, well, butter is already cheaper here than you are selling, something has to be done with this. But it's a new challenge that we still have to deal with in 2026, and we are already thinking what to do with all of this and how to maintain the same position. Actually, every year, it seems to me, it might look that it's okay, you're already set everything as it should be, everything is working properly, but something appears, closed borders, new quotas, and so on and so forth. And that is all influencing price for milk and dairy raw material, and we have 30% decrease, and of course
м'яко кажучи, додає певних проблем.
it is adding certain problems for us, significant problems. But the plans for 2026 are still scaling, 100% scaling from 2025. And we have certain hopes that we now met a very big European distributor working with all European retailers, and we have contract with them for milk. So that's why, as fast as possible, we are trying to reform our farms right now. Our cows with A2, we have separately A2 milk. Maybe you know about this, maybe you don't know about this. It's a special milk where there is no certain gen. It has the analysis has to be done for all the cattle to find which cows have such gen, which cows do not. We have around 40% of cows with actually A2 milk. It is considered to be more healthy and better for stomach, and actually for those nationalities that have like Asian nationalities, because they have lactose intolerance.
Therefore, there is demand with the distributors and the European networks for this kind of milk, and we managed to meet this demand. Therefore, we hope that starting with February this year, this contract will be in force, and it will enable us to enter bigger European networks and increase significantly our volume. So this is what we're hoping to achieve in year 2026, because the domestic market is challenging us every day, not even every month. Therefore, we're placing our hopes on the export. This is what we have planned for dairy products. The egg direction, we are selling all we can. We have a lack of produce, so we would be able to sell more, including the European countries, but so there is a task to scale up for organic egg business, because the demand exceeds the actual capacity, so we can definitely export that as well. Well, if I want to sum up, we have various challenges and problems, but we are not giving up. We're standing strong despite all the problems. We make big plans. We plan scaling up So that's all there is to
Чудово,
it.
дякуємо.
Thank you, Olena. Thank you so
Ми
much.
всі знаємо якість
We
вашої
all
продукції.
know
Бажаємо, щоб
how
для вас
the good
26
quality of
рік
your
був
products, and we
успішним,
wish
щоб ви
that
ще
the year
більше розвивалися,
2026 proves to be
масштабувалися,
very
щоб
successful for you
було у вас там
so
багато
that you're able
бар'єрів.
to
А
scale
і
up, to
дуже дякуємо,
overcome
що ви
the
підсвітили
barriers that are
потенціал
there and not
ягнепояку.
encounter
Можливо, це
anymore.
буде якимось
Actually, thank you so much for highlighting the egg
ідеєю, може, для якихось
trade
інших виробників.
idea. Maybe it could
Дякуємо.
inspire some other producers. So
Колеги,
thank
в
you.
нас ще
Dear
3
colleagues,
спікери в нашій
we
панелі,
have
але ми
3
трошки
more
затримуємося
speakers in
по
our
часу.
panel. We
Давайте,
are
щоб ми не
a
затримували
bit
наших
behind our timing, so that
колег,
we
які
do not
будуть
keep
виступати в
our next
наступній
speakers
сесії, будемо
waiting. I
дотримуватись таймінгу.
suggest that
І
we
я
stick to the
запрошую
schedule, and let me now invite
мікрофона
and
Любов
give the floor to
Михайлову.
Lubov
Це
Mikhailova
компанія ТОВ Хімікс
from
ЛТД,
company Top
проорганіка,
Chemics
і це
Ltd, Pro
підприємство,
or
яке має українське
Organics. It's the
виробництво.
enterprise that has
Вони купують
production in
сировину з
Ukraine.
інших
They buy
виробників
off
і її
organic raw
доробляють
materials
і
from the
експортують до
producers.
ряду інших
They
компаній в
do
Великобританії.
processing and
Ті
export
самі до
to
вас
the
питання
UK.
будуть. І от
So
мене найбільше
Lubov,
цікавить
kindly
такий
answer
момент,
the same
з ваших
questions as
спікерів
the
цікаво
previous speakers,
послухати
and
про
we're also very
стан
curious to
сировини,
know
наскільки от яка у
what
вас
kind
зараз,
of
які у вас
raw
знайомства
materials
із сировиною, бо ви
in terms of
будуєте підприємство,
quality,
яке залежить від
can
сировинної
you
бази,
tell
у вас
us
немає
about
своєї
are there
сировинної
any
бази,
challenges
і,
with
можливо, якісь горизонти ви нам
conditions with the
підсвітите
raw
з
materials? Or maybe you
погляду
can give
вашої
us a bit of
компанії Великобританії,
estimates.
які тенденції ви
What
бачите.
are the trends that you
Дякую.
see
Давайте.
based on your
Доброго дня
cooperation with the
всім.
UK
Дякую
company?
за
Hello,
запрошення на цю
everyone.
сесію
Thanks
та
for the
можливість
invitation
обговорити
to this
разом
session
виклики,
and the
з якими
chance
ми
to talk
стикаємося
about the
в
challenges
українському
that
органічному
we
експорті.
are
І що
facing in
важливіше,
the
як
organic
ми їх
export,
долаємо.
and of course, more
Перед
importantly,
тим, як
how we
відповісти
manage
на
to overcome
запитання,
those.
перше.
Before
Друге,
I
дозвольте
reply to
коротко
your questions,
представити
let me
проорганіку.
briefly
З
introduce the company
2018 року
ProOrganic.
ми
We
зосереджуємося
have
на
been
постачанні
focusing
українських
on
органічних харчових
exporting
інгредієнтів та
Ukrainian
інгредієнтів для переробів на ринок
organic
Великобританії.
raw ingredients
Ми
and
сертифіковані за
feed
реєстровими
to the market of
стандартами ЄС та
UK.
Великої
We
Британії.
are
Ми
certified
також
with the
сертифіковані
standards
за
of
системою безпеки
UK and
харчових
the
продуктів.
EU and
І
the
ця
certificates of
комбінація
safety of food
дозволяє нам
products. And
вийти
this
на
combination enables
B2B
us
органічний ринок
to
Великої
access
Британії
B2B
та
organic market
розвивати
of the UK
довгострокові
and
відносини з основними
develop
органічними
long-term
бізнес-групами.
relations
За ці
with
роки ми
organic
здобули
businesses there. Over
репутацію
the years,
надійного
we have gained the
постачальника на ринку
reputation
Великої
of a
Британії, а це
stable and
дуже
reliable
важливо в цій
supplier
країні,
in the
бо
UK, which is
репутація
a
це твій
very
капітал.
important
Як підтвердження цього,
aspect
наші
in this country,
продажі
because
зростали
reputation
майже
is
вдвічі
actually your
кожний з
capital.
останніх років.
Our
І це
supplies,
зростання
our
відбулось не
sales have
випадково,
doubled
завдяки
every
стратегічним
year,
партнерствам
and
в
it is not
Україні та
by
Великій
chance. It's
Британії.
due to the strategic partnerships in
Які
Ukraine
виклики
and the
25-го
UK. The
року та як
challenges
ви
of
їх
year
вирішували?
2025 and how we managed to overcome
Нашим
those.
основним викликом
Our
були
main
те,
challenge was
з чим стикається кожен з нас.
something that we're all
Енергопостачання,
facing, the
нестача
energy
трудових
supply,
ресурсів та
lack
логістика.
of personnel and
В
logistics.
25-му році наші
In the
логічні
year
потужності не
2025,
могли виконати
our
контракти, які були в нас
workforce,
укладені.
our
Це була критична ситуація.
production facilities
Ми
were not
взяли
able
зобов'язання
to
перед нашими клієнтами в
perform the
Великобританії. Ми
contracts
мали річні
that we
контракти,
had
але не могли
ongoing. We
поставляти
had
нашого
a
власного
yearly
виробництва, тому
contract
що його
with the
призупинили.
UK partner, but we
Так
had
як
to
ми
stop our
це
production.
вирішили?
So what did we do?
Проста. Через співпрацю з іншими
The answer is
органічними
simple.
операторами
We,
в
through
Україні.
cooperation with
Замість
other
того,
organic
щоб
operators in
сказати нашим
Ukraine, instead
клієнтам,
of
ми
telling
не
our
можемо це
clients we cannot
зробити,
supply,
ми звернулися
we
навколо і
looked
запитали,
around
хто
and
може
we
нам
asked around
допомогти.
who can help
І ми
us.
знайшли партнерів,
So we
які
found
могли.
partners who
Я наведу
managed.
конкретний приклад.
Let me give
Це
you
наше
a
партнерство
specific
зі
example. It's our
Сквірою.
partnership with
Річний
Skvira,
контракт на продукт,
a
який ми
year
могли виробляти на нашому
contract on the product
майданчику,
that we
виробила
could
для
not
нас Сквера у
produce
себе.
on our
Причому
production
ми
facilities.
розвинули
Skvera
фантастичні
took it
відносини
on,
між нашими
and we
командами для виробництва цього
managed to
продукту
build a
на
fantastic
ветеранських підприємствах.
relationship
Це дуже
with
тісна
this
співпраця, це
partner.
була
It's
дуже
very close
співпраця і
cooperation,
це win-win
and
ситуація для
it was
всіх.
a situation, it was
Який
a win-win
результат?
for all.
Український
The
продукт
result that we had is
постачається
the Ukrainian
провідному
product is
виробнику
exported
борошна Великої
to
Британії.
a leading
Але ми пішли далі,
manufacturer
ніж
of
просто
flour
виконання
in the
існуючих
UK.
контрактів.
But we
Разом
went
зі
further
Сквірою
than
ми
this,
розробили в
just meeting the
25-му році
contract
новий
terms
продукт
in
для
the
ринку
year
Великої Британії.
2025. We also
Ми
developed a new
почали з
product
тестових
for the UK
зразків, потім
market. We
пробних
started with
поставки,
test
тестування, і це
samples
дуже важливо
and
для
then
нас, як
trial
клієнту Великої
shipments.
Британії,
And it's
отримав
very
місце
important
у тесті.
that that our partner in the UK got a listing in Tesco, and the volumes went up considerably. We have now a strong long-term partnership to support this growth. So my response to the ongoing challenges is cooperation. Cooperation within the Ukrainian organic sector. If we want to move forward, cooperation is the key. It is something that will help everyone together. We're stronger. How I see year 2026, briefly speaking, I imagine it'll be even more challenging. All of the troubles of 2025 will continue, the workforce, logistics, power supply, but there will be additional challenges, the change of climate, the decrease in organic products by the hectares included. As a processor, I would like to reach strategic and long-term cooperation with organic farms. We all want to have a good result for Ukraine, but we need to be facing the truth. It's mostly raw materials. I understand the fact that the farms want to sell here and now and get money here and now, but does it give us a perspective? Maybe we can look for a way for the farmer to be interested in selling to the processor, because if the farmer sells over to the exports, trade directly the raw materials, all the added value goes abroad. Last December, ProOrganic was included in the list of organic operators that was attending the trip to the Netherlands. It was a very interesting trip that gave me replies to the question why the Netherlands is one of the main organic hubs in Europe, and not only. It is due to the fact that they have a fully functional infrastructure, while all market operators have support and are interested in cooperation. Traders, producers, processors, ports, laboratories, financial institutions, the tax inspection, and so on. They all work together. They all support the system. They're all interested in the joint success. It is clear that this system was built over not 1 year, but a long time. But we need to invest the effort into this in Ukraine. Maybe it does not sound very realistic of standing where we are now and all the challenges that we're facing now, but even small steps in this direction are better than nothing. I believe that Organic Initiative are doing a great job joining the organic sector participants. It's the first step to bring the people together, bring platform for discussion, and to build trust. The next step will be developing the cooperation within the sector, not just panicking cooperation, but systemic cooperation where we're all we're all looking in the same direction and want to create the supply chain and to build a product with maximum added value, bringing benefit to everybody involved. We need to build a model where the farmers see the benefit from selling to the local processors, where the local processors can get funded and everyone can enjoy a reliable infrastructure, ports, laboratories, logistics. As regards the additional question about the international trends from the perspective of the UK, the way I see them, they are also linked directly to the fact that we need to keep the value in Ukraine. A brief question would be the following. So the high level of competition is there because we are competing with the EU players. We will also be competing with the conventional countries in the EU, Poland, Romania, the Baltic countries, and beyond, Kazakhstan and India. But there is a new trend of growing suppliers from Africa that we did not see before. They are now entering the markets with really good prices and large volumes. So we need to be competitive, and we're better off focusing on the value-added products. We cannot just compete via raw materials. As regarding the products, the trend is very clear: gluten-free, soya, buckwheat, and this is where the market is growing. Ukraine has enormous potential to produce all this. We do have this opportunity, this capability if we stick together. And to sum up, we are now living in very difficult times. The war is ongoing, the challenges are real, but our organic sector is special in the fact that we're very resilient, we have really good land, and now we're learning to learn together. Together, the Ukrainian organic sector, you cannot just survive, but also thrive. Thank you so much. Lyubov, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. You highlighted the key messages, and us as the public organization, we also see organic farmers who approach us asking, where do we sell? And we see that there is growing demand. There is a lot of demand, and but there is also space to explore. And us as a public organization, we want to really play a part in this to create this cohesive system, as you mentioned. Now let us move on to a very curious segment, the berry business. Let me now introduce the company Savagro Partner. It's a big company that have 150 hectares of berry production. They also have their own refrigerating equipment. They are very experienced in this sphere. Mr. Director Andriy Shvedenyuk, you're welcome to take the floor and tell us about your experience in year 2025 and what you will be focusing on in 2026. Greetings, dear colleagues. As was mentioned by the previous speakers, the year 2025 was rather difficult. It was very challenging. Keeping in mind the logistics and the power supply troubles, and us as producers, there are many costs that we sustain. There's a lot of workforce involved in berry production. We all know that it is linked directly to the fact that many people have gone abroad. And also we're located closer to the western regions, so this the fact the migration of workforce is an issue. Also, another factor of year 2025 was the weather. The weather conditions involved late frost streaks that hit late in spring and damaged the plants. So it is something that our whole region suffered from. A lot of harvest was lost due to this fact, but nevertheless, we managed to compensate for the losses with the cost of the products. The prices went up a little bit regarding the trends, let me tell you that the years 2022 and 2023, the prices were rather low and the demand was not very high. But starting with year 2024, we managed to sell off the products for the previous season and for that season. And the year 2025, we started with empty warehouses, and the demand for the organic berry products was rather high and steadily growing. And the prices are growing respectively as well. But the challenges that remain are the workforce lack and the power supply and the weather conditions. But we managed to try and overcome the power supply challenge by using our own alternative energy supply resources, but others are more difficult to overcome. The logistic conditions have been worsened compared to when we started. We have expanded our geography, and now we're able to export to 5, 6 countries, and we have an example of a situation where the big processor of organic products would export more to the EU countries. But at the moment, we have contacts with the consumers of other countries, and there is a growing demand for organic products, which is very good, of course. What we plan for the next year is touching back on the year 2025, we have finished it with minor losses, but good conclusions on how to not make the same mistakes. We hope that the weather is favorable. But our experience shows that every 10 years or every 6 years, there can be a situation where all the harvest can be lost. So we need to be prepared and make the respective investments. Regarding year 2026, we want to scale up. We want to increase our production capacities to get additional processing equipment for sorting, for cleaning. We have optical and laser equipment that we are currently using for sorting, and we have started to implement it already. We have now implemented a shock freezing line, and there were some certified producers that had to process their own products. And out of 400 tons, we have increased our capabilities, our capacities to 1,200 tons. And this is something that we haven't seen before. So we have increased our processing capacity, and this is something that we want to continue. We are still facing the problem with the fact that the fields are certified. They are protected from contaminated fields. So we are a bit far from our processing facility, and we want to build new refrigerating facilities closer to the field where we already have land. And we have certain projects in place already. And also we want to finish settling the repurposing tasks of our facilities. So there is a repurposing and upgrade going on, and as planned for 2026.
We have already substituted them. So of course, we reached out to certified sellers of such planting material, and we saw that it was impossible to get. Unfortunately, the speaker is breaking up significantly. Planting materials from the Netherlands, and also representatives that are already bringing also their own developments, like detect, protect Ukraine, and so on and so forth. We can work with them as well for pretty long time. We had good harvest and all. Every time we try to change something, we try to learn from our mistakes. It's all the process of the work. Everything that we You know, we modernize something, we change something. It's a constant work going on.
Тому
Дякую.
рекомендації
Thank you.
Дав
So
би
what recommendations I would like to provide for agrarians that work in berry sphere?
Дав би, це все-таки
Well,
мати повний цикл, тобто від
it's
вирощення
to have full cycle from growing to freezing.
Тоді собівартість відповідно продукції буде зростати і
So that's why
це
the
набагато краще. У нас ще є так само
value will be growing and it
тенденція
is
до
much
того, що
better. We have
набагато
also,
всього, що ми
apart from that, we
все-таки
also would
виробляємо.
like to add that we are
Скажімо так,
producing,
сировину,
let's say, raw
заморожену
materials,
продукцію, яка
frozen
вже
materials, also
інших,
frozen products that later on
додається там
factories
йогурти,
and some
джеми,
other
ми хочемо, плануємо
places are
все-таки
added to
зробити
yogurts, jams, and so on and
ближчі
so forth.
роки,
We are planning
і,
in the
власне,
nearest
власний
year
продукт з доданою вартістю.
to have our own product with
Вивчаємо
added
зараз
value.
саме питання
We are also now
все-таки, бо в нас зараз відкритий рух, хочемо
trying to understand because we have now free
так само
movement.
живемо земельні ділянки і плануємо потрохи
And we are
збільшувати.
planning
Тобто в
to
26-му році до кінця
increase
26-го року
our volumes. So till the
десь
end of
близько 4
2026,
гектарів все-таки побудувати.
we want to build also
Дякую, Андрія. Дякую. Я перепрошую.
some more houses. Thank you, Andrei. We are already outside of our timeline a little bit. Just I was trying to be in a nutshell, just to talk in a nutshell. Yes, okay. Thank you. Could you please tell what is your main country buyer, or maybe it's a little bit everywhere?
Скажімо так,
Well,
у нас є,
let's say that
залишилось
we
все-таки, але вже менше набагато Польща. Тобто
still
це
have
зараз
Poland,
і
much less now, but
останні,
still
скажімо, півсезону, що
for the
було, це в нас була
last
Чехія,
half
Польща,
season that we had, it was Czech
Німеччина,
Republic,
Італія.
Poland, Germany, Italy. Okay,
Це
clear.
основні
Thank you.
були.
These were the
Деколи там
main.
інші
Sometimes
країни,
some
там
other
як
countries might join,
Нідерланди,
for
але це
instance, the
основні
Netherlands,
4
but
основні країни, з
these
якими
were
ми
four main countries
на
that
даний
we
момент
have been cooperating
співпрацюємо.
with so far. Okay, great. Thank you. We wish you successful 2026 with your greenhouses. Of course, we wish peace to all of us. It will change a lot, but nevertheless, we wish development for your business. Thank you. And we already, I see colleagues, over foreign colleagues from the next panel waiting for us. So the next last speaker now, Maxim Natanzon, founder and owner of Brainbox LLC. We were talking a lot today about processing, and actually LLC, Brainbox LLC is a young organic company producing natural organic crisps, and the company was targeting internal market, but our realities is such that it is not enough, and that's why they started working in export vector as well. Maxim, if you don't mind, just in a very concise manner, you were focusing on internal market. It is clear to have to live this good quality product in Ukraine, but now you need to change the vector a little bit. So could you please tell us more about your experience of ready-made product? Thank you, Ksenia. Thank your colleagues. I am grateful for the invitation and for this opportunity to talk with you here today, not just about business, but about adaptation and resilience of our country and Ukrainian experts. I am a representative of Rotera brand. We are producing healthy snacks with fully natural ingredients. In the production, we are using low temperature infrared drying, and this technology lets us preserve maximum nutrition components. And I would like to talk about 5 things from 2025, how we adapted, what life hacks we can share with the others, and as we can see, 2020, how do we see 2026? How we see it today in the conditions of war. 2025 was for us a transitional year, transitional of a new level. We had full rebranding of our product. We launched a new trademark. We got European certificate organic standard. We presented Ukrainian product on the biggest fair and Anuga. We also modernized and repaired our enterprises to prepare them to be aligned with international standards of quality. We started working with new retailers, and from after Anuga, we started working seriously in export direction. Frankly speaking, parallel reality was very rough. In logistics, we have constant problems with logistics because of the war. Raw material, it's difficult to access raw material. The production is very unpredictable. In 2025, first and foremost, taught us that stability is an illusion in our conditions, and reality is pretty turbulent. Adaptation was our yearly and daily work. We absolutely reviewed our strategy. We constantly optimize production processes. We are looking for and we are trying to meet so-called bottlenecks, and we are very actively using support on from the Office of Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion, fairs and so on and so forth. It's really a good, properly working ecosystem, and we are extremely grateful for this opportunity to cooperate with them. Lots of solutions that were working before the war are not working now at all, so that's why first and foremost we need to be able to perform several tasks at once and be very attentive to changes. People now don't want to buy just a product. They are buying sense. They need to know who's behind this brand, what the philosophy, what the social responsibility, how the company is helping to local communities, and how it is maintaining resources of our country. And it is important to enter new markets because we need to enter new markets when internal business processes are already more or less working properly. If to talk about life hacks, well, the first one is that in Ukraine, in the state, we have lots of programs of business support, in particular of expert, various consultations, trainings, workshops, grants. It has to be used and investigated, researched. The second thing, proper certification, to be in alignment with standards, because it is opening lots of doors, and without certification no one will talk to you on serious markets. The third thing is international fairs. It is the best way and the cheapest way, I would say, to understand your product. They say whether it is needed on the market, what do you need to change in the packaging, in the taste, in the positioning of the product. Concerning 2026, our main goals are modernization of the production, to increase volumes, to enter new markets of the EU, the USA, and the Middle East. In those countries, they have understood that the health of the person is defined by what those people eat, and that's why we have this constant demand for quality organic products. I'm very sorry. My Ukrainian is not so good. I can make some mistakes, and I am asking for your understanding. And in the USA, we have no interest to functional and healthy food, and we need to use this. The biggest risk is, of course, the war. People are exhausted, and for example, just yesterday and today in the morning, the water was cut out in the production, and then electricity was also cut out, and the whole batch of the products had to be destroyed, unfortunately. And concerning export, we are now focusing on the European Union, participation in international fairs and exhibitions. The next one is Gulfood in Dubai, where we participate, and Biofach in Nuremberg. We are also now Usually, through distributors, we are trying to work because to enter the EU networks are very complicated now. They are not real. They're pretty reluctant to work with Ukrainian producers, but they are ready to buy our products from local distributors. You need to be ready to adapt your product, in particular packaging, language, sometimes taste for the local consumer. Actually, the work today is a constant challenge and life in uncertainty. Only those will be able to survive who will learn how to work in this chaos. There is also human dimension when someone is taken to the front line from the team, and it really influences the team, and leader in the team should support other people and to be pillar of strength for them. I would also like to mention there is very interesting book of American investor, philosopher Massimo Taleb, Anti-Fragility. 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, when I read this book, I did not fully understand all these actions because it is written that real strength is not just resilience, but this opportunity to become stronger under this pressure. And that's how Ukrainian business should be today in these conditions of war. Export is critically important for our country, and that's why state bodies should be working more as service providers for business to help more. 2025 taught us that future is there for those who know how to constantly change, how to be fair with client, with themselves. And I believe that Ukrainian organic products have huge potential. And our main task is not just to sell, but also to present Ukraine as a responsible and reliable business representatives. That's it from my side. Thank you, Maxim. I would like to sum up our session, and it is my gratitude for all our exporters, not only those who have been sharing their experience now, but everyone who's present here, everyone working in the sphere in Ukraine. You really have big mission on your shoulders, but Maxim has mentioned, I was really triggered about this, about census, and we all now have this big important sense to survive as a nation, to be able to withstand and to retain our economy, and export plays significant role here. So that's why I am really grateful to all of you. And now we are going to listen to more to also very interesting side, the side of our buyers. And I would like to give the floor to the next moderator. And dear speakers, look at the chat, because I see that you have some questions there for you. Those, please, who have some questions, answer them in the chat. Because of time limitations, we are not going to read them out. Olana, the floor is yours. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Ksenia. So, 5 exporters have already shared their results and conclusions and forecasts. Now ahead, we have 1.5 block with 6 importers. And first of all, technical matter. Now we are going to have foreign speakers. They are going to speak in English. Not all of them, but still, I would like to ask those who would like to hear to Ukrainian interpretation, move to the channel of Ukrainian language at the bottom of your screen. You need to find either interpretation and to select one of the channels, either Ukrainian or English. So it is English for foreigners, for Ukrainians. If you want to listen at the interpretation, it's Ukrainian. Or you find more, 3 dots, click there, find interpretation there, and select the channel there. So please find the channel. The instruction is in the chat. It's just a technical notification. We have 6 importers from various countries. All 6 importers are very important importers and buyers of organic products from Ukraine in their category. We have big companies here with us, and first and foremost, I would like to give the floor to dear Dirk Tervel from the Netherlands. He's a director of a huge company that is an important buyer of organic products from Ukraine and many other countries. The company origin and Amsterdam. I had this pleasure to be present at the office of this company during 2 business missions in the Netherlands. It's a big company open for cooperation with Ukraine. It is importing a lot, and we are really grateful, Dirk, that you agreed to talk to us today. Thank you. Do you hear English channel? Everything is okay?
Olena, you hear me properly?
Так, ми
Yes.
добре чуємо. Я хотіла би
Yes, we can hear you
попросити
properly.
нашу
I would like to
технічну
ask
службу
our
зараз
technical
підключити
support
презентацію
now
Дірка
to switch
і
on Dirk's
показувати
presentation
слайди з цієї
and to
презентації.
show the
Вона
slides from this
адаптована спеціально
presentation.
для
It is
українських слухачів.
adapted for
Вона не
Ukrainian
відповідає
listeners.
виступу,
It is
тобто вона розказує про компанію.
telling
І
about the
в дану
company.
хвилинку
And Dirk, just
Дірк, як
a
і інші
moment,
імпортери,
Dirk, as well as
розкаже
other
спочатку про
importers,
те,
will
чим
tell
займається
about
компанія, що
what
вона
the company is dealing with, what it is
в чому
buying,
зацікавлена компанія на
what
українському
the company
ринку.
is interested
І
in Ukrainian
інші
market,
імпортери,
and as
Дірк,
well
ми
as other
сподіваємося,
importers.
що ви
Dirk, we hope
поділитеся
that you
вашим
will
баченням
share your vision
співпраці з
of
українцями і вашими
cooperation with
прогнозами
Ukrainians and your
тенденціями
forecasts
на
and
26
trends
рік.
for
Дуже дякую, передаю вам
2026.
слово,
Thank
будь
you. And
ласка.
now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Olena, you hear me properly, right? Okay, so let me head off from here. So, good morning, everybody. As she introduced us a little bit already with this first sheet. So, Origin Amsterdam, we have a history setting up our own organic grain and pulses company in Moldova, Republika Moldova, your neighboring country, in 2013-15. And over the last few years, we also already started substantial trade from Ukraine, and we bought it from several large organic farming companies, traded it to our end clients in Europe, so to say, Western Europe, because Ukraine is also Europe. What kind of crops we have been trading so far was corn, wheat, spelt, flax, buckwheat, chickpeas, and much more. Peas, split peas. So far, the trade with Ukrainian companies went well, went good, also with the backup of our local partner, and yeah, it was running in a way that fits pretty well into how we would like to work. Whether it was at the loading phase, at the quality testing phase, or on other levels. We know, since we have been asset-based in Moldova, asset means we have our own processing lines or cleaning lines. We know what it takes to run a cleaning company or to meet the standards that are required in Western Europe. That is not always an easy one. The reality with Ukrainian companies has been very positive. On different levels, in meeting up at the well-known trade fair Biofach, at communication-wise, in lining up, in informing each other with our local partner on where the trend goes, what the reality is. So we had the pleasure to have some of you over here in Amsterdam. Olena has been at our office, and we also did a small presentation. When it comes to UC Organic GMP Plus BRC certified, BRC is food grade. That's a different level we want to tap into. It's a different standard in terms of what is needed to be able to not only purchase from Ukraine, but also to deliver to our end clients, being organic food processors in Germany, France, or beyond. So the BRC standard is sometimes challenging us a little bit more on some standards and paperwork, but also that we have been able to tackle this with our local partner quite well in Ukraine. So in general, I'm as Origin Amsterdam, I'm more than satisfied on what we have been doing so far. One of the things that we discussed together with Olena is what are the future trends? Where's the opportunity maybe for Ukraine in this regard? There are two elements that I would say are in my opinion, the direction that Ukraine in organic might be able to go. Also, when you look at the yield per hectare, the size of the farms, and where's the opportunity. First of all, I think that it's wise to consider whether Ukraine could go a bit more into the, let's say organic food grade crops. So not the milling crops, not the feed crops. I know it also has to do with the certain surface. But lentils, for instance, organic lentils are an opportunity. Organic more pulses, I think, are an opportunity. And as far as I know, they're good for crop rotation. Organic soybeans food grades, protein higher than 44, are now mainly coming for tofu tempeh production from Canada these days. So there could be an opportunity. And when we look at imports, organic flax, as we possibly all know, coming substantially from Kazakhstan in organic and also from Canada. I think these are two countries that production organic wise Ukraine could beat. So one other option is, I think, if we jointly could see if we can do more adding value locally, get quality more easily on levels that are demanded at the end client in the Netherlands, then for us in the role as a trader, we could pay better prices because we then don't have to finally clean it in the Netherlands on a BRC 9998 level food grade wise. So on one hand, some more I would say more pulses, more protein focused. I think that's an opportunity. And secondly, the more we can add value locally, I would say the better. Better for Ukraine, better for doing direct business. So we don't and better from a price perspective. Because that's the challenge we have, since next to quality, it's always a price discussion, whether it's in the Netherlands, Germany, France, Italy. But on that way, if we are better lined up, I think we can jointly be more competitive and hopefully be long-term good partners and better partners. So here we'll be at BLVAG with our local colleague, and I'm here to join, but also to have some questions if interested. And I'm giving the floor, as you said, Olena. If there are any questions popping up, maybe, feel free to ask, so I can give some thoughts about it. I do see your second slide. We do quite a bit of oilseeds as well, from Ukraine these days. Linoleic, hyoleic, rapeseed, soybeans. But again, on the soybeans feed grade, there's quite a bit of competition from soy meal from China these days. So prices have been challenging, not easy. So yeah, if there are any questions here, feel free and feel free to share. If not here, maybe possibly in case you would be, you can always reach out to my so to say local partner or reach out to me and take it from there. Or in case you would be at BLVAG, meet us there. So I said I keep it to 6-8 minutes, so there's some space. But if there are no questions, yeah, fine.
Дірк, я попрошу вас сказати, ми з вами говорили про те, що
Dirk,
виникають певні
we also talked about the certain challenges and limitations of export from Ukraine. Could you speak about this a little bit? Because it is a very important issue that may influence the decision on export to the Netherlands, because the Netherlands is a very important importer of organic products from Ukraine. Could you briefly talk about the potential limitations that may be in place this year and what can be done to work around those?
Я маю на увазі обмеження, яке вводить СКАЛ.
I mean the SCAL limitations
І додаткові вимоги.
and the additional requirements.
Any English questions, Olena?
А ви можете перекласти моє питання, Дірку? Я ж задала йому питання.
Hello, Dirk. Hello,
Hi,
everybody.
hi.
Yeah, the question from Elena was regarding the restrictions for import of organic products from Ukraine to the Netherlands by SCAL. Maybe you can explain to the auditorium.
Yeah. I also got a text message from my Ukrainian colleague already.
One moment.
Yeah, hi.
Technical issue.
Yeah, the
English channel.
Yeah, I got it. Now, so catching up on the Agribio question, since the 1st of January, SCAL has been changing the import rules as we speak. And I think up to a certain extent brought it in line with how the imports are being done from non-EU countries already in Germany and other countries. In the end, the approach from SCAL has been an interpretation of the rules set by Brussels, but member states are up to a certain extent allowed to give their own interpretation on how things should be imported. So when it comes to organic corn, for instance, SCAL decided to follow more or less the rules that are already in place in Germany, where if a truck of that only import can be done one truck, one COI, yes, it's possible, but then you have to test at arrival and have to wait for 6 days, and based on that, it will be released. To put, for instance, 10 trucks on one COI is a challenge because you cannot wait 3 days before the other ones are allowed to unload. So SCAL more or less followed I would say the standard that already Germany implemented a while ago. Whether I like it or dislike it, but it's in the end an interpretation of a general rules set by Brussels. And yeah, it's I'm not talking only as a possible importer in the Netherlands, but also my fellow colleagues, other traders. I think they might be on the same boat, saying, yeah, it's not good for import from Ukraine, and it's costing easily 20-30 euro more for us to import, with all consequences. And I hope there's a way to discuss this from the Ukrainian side with SCAL, and to see if there's any flexibility from that point of view. But I do see in Germany it's already in 25 it was a rule. Olena?
Yes, Dirk, thank you so much for the reply. Thank you for your presentation. We will share your contacts, and thank you so much for being able to join us for talking about your experience in cooperation with Ukrainian exporters. And thank you so much for being open to cooperation, and we hope
that this cooperation will grow and you will continue to actively buy our products, and see you at Biofach.
Thanks a lot, Olena. Have a good one, eh?
Дуже дякую. Так, я
Thank
хотіла
you.
би передати
Yeah, so
слово
now
далі.
let me give the floor to our next speaker, which will be Marina Kanevsky. She is the founder and the director of a big company that is the active importer of organic products in Ukraine, from Ukraine. The company is called Grow the World. It's based in Czech Republic. Marina, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. First of all, let me thank you everybody who arranged this wonderful conference, and all participants. I really feel that the time of Divide et Impera finished, generally involved and united and shared time is coming. So it's exciting and wonderful that we can listen to each other, to see the obstacles and the solutions, and maybe share information and experience with each other. Also would like to use the opportunity to say to all of us Happy New Year, even we're in the end of January, and we are so busy that we forgot that the new year started, and with all our challenges, let's continue our work. Okay, Olena asked me to present the company. We are a family-based company. I was born in Ukraine, but left many years ago. We started the organic trade from Ukraine in 2015. Me personally, when I saw what happened in Maidan those years in 2014, I felt that I want to go back to my motherland and do something. And having little experience of commodity trade, we decided to develop organic farming, trading, marketing, and so on. We started with Israeli market. Today, we are probably the biggest, the largest supplier of organic products to Israel. Then later on, we opened the storages and warehouses in Czech Republic to distribute organic products in Europe. The years were very challenging, as we all know. We all spoke about it, but I hope we all can keep smiling and continue the job. I would not say the word problems. I try to avoid this word problems and obstacle. I would call it targets and challenges. Then maybe it's a little bit easier to handle everything what we are facing now. What we are doing? We are mainly doing oil seeds, soybeans in particular rapeseeds, sunflower seeds, corn, wheat, and spelt from non-organic crops, which is maybe 10-15% from our import. It's spelt, and some niche products like flax seeds, lentils, peas for for human consumption. Yeah. The main markets for us is, as I mentioned, is Israel, Italy, Germany, Switzerland. What we achieved during those crazy years, I have to admit, it took us 5 years to work. Let's touch for a second non-GM sector and the food soya sector, which Dirk mentioned. We took a challenge and we managed to entrance food market for tofu and milk, soya non-GM from Ukraine. It was very hard work with local farmers, and of course we did it only thanks to farmers of Ukraine. Yeah, seeds, right genetics of soy, belts to protect the fields from GM from neighbors. It was hard and crazy work. The other challenge that we are facing till now, that local producers of tofu and soy milk prefer to use European raw materials. Israel respond much better to Ukrainian origin goods than Europe. Let's be honest, yeah. But we are keep going, and we are still hoping to have more of organic and non-GM products in Ukraine. What I would like to mention, what is very important for our company, and we spoke to Olena about that we start to work with conventional farmers, with our partners of the program to do trial part of lands to convert into organic. And so far, it's very slow, it's very hard. The main problem is that the farmers, conventional farmers, they don't trust organic market. It's very niche market. They don't know how to sell. Some of them were organic and changed back to conventional, unfortunately. For me, this year was huge surprise that there are no teal farmers in Ukraine. And they were organics, but again, the problem with marketing, they changed back. But their organizations and associations, we have to unite forces and to increase organic lands in Ukraine, especially with those farmers that have confidence already in the European partners, that trust us, that in our ability to market, to finance, to educate people how to change conventional lands into organic. The same comments of non-GM soya. If there are farmers that listening to me now, or organizations, associations, that would be interested to unite forces in this direction, I would be more than happy to travel to Ukraine. There is no problem. I'm traveling all the time during the war, and discuss more deeply of possible collaboration and transferring some lands into organic, or growers of GM soya to non-GM soya, high pro, white hilum for food and pharmaceutical grades. What I would like to point also that Lyubov mentioned and Dirk mentioned is human consumption, food grade products from Ukraine. Yes, it's very challenging because we compete with European production, we compete with South American production, with China, with Turkey, with Kazakhstan, you name it. It's high risk for the farmer, it's investment, and so on. But I still think there is a room. There is a room for Ukrainian processed products, especially I see it in pulses, lentils, chickpeas, peas. For Odessa area, for most south areas of Ukraine, I see big potential in quinoa seeds. We have technology that start to grow quinoa in Southern Europe. We have very close friends and partners who can help. Sesame seeds, teff seeds. Yes, it will take probably time and some effort to learn technology, to clean, to pack under the standards of our competitors. But I see potential in that as more long term, as I can say. Another potential I can see is ascent grains like polbo and corn, emmer, and ascent grain wheat, not in big quantities, but still there are millers that are every year interested in this type of wheat, and it could be also possibility. It's not agriculturally, technologically difficult for Ukraine to grow this type of wheat. Yeah. So I'm more than
Марина, ми вас не чуємо.
Marina, we cannot hear you.
Я поки озвучу питання з чату.
So far, I'm going to read out the questions from the chat while Marina is trying to get back with her connection. We have the question here whether it will be possible to get emails of distributors. Actually, this is not the aim, but all the presentations are going to be sent to all the participants of our today's event. So you will get the presentation of the companies that are speaking today. Marina has disappeared.
Я так розумію, що зараз вона
As far as I
перепідключиться.
understand, she's going to reconnect.
Да. Мабуть, да. Зараз Марина
Yes, probably
перепідключиться
someone
і
is calling to her.
перейде
Yes, Marina is going to reconnect and
промову.
to continue with her speech.
Так. Зв'язку немає поки що.
No connection with her so far.
А покажіть, будь ласка, наступні слайди
Could you
презентації.
please show us the next slide of the presentation?
Зрозуміло.
Okay, clear. That's
вже
it.
зв'язок є. Зараз
Okay, we have
ми
the connection
запустимо
again.
слайд.
Probably Marina is going to get back to us now.
Olena, I'm sorry. I
Ah,
have
okay.
technical problem with my phone. It died suddenly. So let me continue. I will be short. I'm very open to talk to farmers, to private individuals, to associations who is ready to collaborate with us to transform conventional farming lands into organic. We are ready to take very active part in this activity. And I would like to use this fantastic opportunity to talk a little bit about existing organic farmers and our partners and dear friends like Arnica, Galex Agro, Organic Milk. I think those companies, it's a pride not just of Ukraine, it's a pride of the organic world. And we should talk more about them and show and present them much, much more widely because it's absolutely unique structures, unique people, unique organizations worldwide. We are traveling a lot, we see a lot what's happening in the world. Such companies like Galex Agro, Organic Milk, Arnica, it's fantastic example, not only for Ukrainians. It gives us reason to continue to work. It gives us motivation and inspiration to keep going regardless what's happening. And everybody, Ukrainian that wants to learn about organic, please contact those people. They are open, they are empathic, they are very professional, they know what they're doing, and I'm sure that just looking at those people and those teams, we all should be inspired and driven by those examples, not only in Ukraine, but all over the world. And thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for all your fantastic job, fantastic products that you are producing. Let's keep going. Let's keep smiling. Let's remember that the soils are not resource, but the source. And keeping them clean, we are taking care not only of our bodies and bodies of humanity. We are leaving something for next generation and it gives me personally a lot of motivation to continue, and I hope to all of us, because we are all in this process. And thank you, dear Ukrainians, for being so fantastic and unique in every way. Thank you, guys, and let's keep talking and meeting. It's very important for all of us. Thank you.
Так, дуже дякуємо, Марина, за такі
Thank you,
надихаючі
Marina,
speech.
for such inspiring speech, for such inspiring words. Your forecast is clear. Let's keep on working. And let's buy, let's sell. Okay, clear. Thank you, Marina. Thanks a lot. And I would like to once again to repeat that emails of those operators that are speaking at the conference today will be, you will see the presentations of those companies. Of course, we have asked all the importers that are speaking today to talk more about cooperation with Ukraine today and to tell directly if they're interested in buying some kind of product. So, dear importers, please talk about cooperation and products that you would like to buy and to import. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. It is Amos Ramzauer, CEO of the company AgriProtein. Amos is a disciplined man. He has prepared very informative presentation. We are really grateful for that. German company that is a big importer of products from Ukraine. Amos, please, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello, Olena, hello, all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Just from the beginning, I would like to ask you whether I should share the presentation by myself or you want to share it?
Вам зручно буде ділитися
If
вашою
it's okay for you
презентацією?
to share your presentation, you can do it on your own, but we can do it as well. It's up to you.
Вам зручно буде?
Is it okay for you to share your presentation?
Could you?
Yeah, I can, no problem, no problem.
Amos, sorry, please choose
Amos, could you
English
please
channel,
choose English channel of the interpretation?
in the panel is interpretation. Please choose English channel. You will hear translation. Do you understand me, Amos?
Yes, I understand you, but I don't know.
Do you see below on the right side is near more, near button?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interpretation. Do you see it?
Transcript. No, that's not right one.
Maybe you should.
Okay.
Okay, found.
Yeah. Okay.
Amos, it is Anastasia, interpreter speaking. Could you please confirm that you can hear me well?
Will you share your presentation, or we should do it?
Please do it. Please do it. It would be more convenient.
Олег Клімов, будь ласка, увімкніть презентацію Амоса.
Oleg Klimov, could you please switch on Amos's presentation?
Дуже дякуємо.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Then thank you once again to all of you. First of all, I would like to tell a little bit about AgriProtein. Please change to the third slide about AgriProtein. Yeah, okay. So AgriProtein has been founded in 2014, and our main focus is processing of organic soya at 2 sites, and we are producing soy cake and soya oil. Beside this, we are also processing organic sunflower seeds and organic canola in 2 other sites. The idea for founding AgriProtein was to provide the German market, in particular the northern German market, with high protein and high quality soya cake in organic quality. Before that, the supply chain was not very stable, and therefore some players in the market, in particular from the organic feedstuff industry, have considered we need to build up our own plant. The operation has been started in 2015, and directly in 2015 we have started as Agriprotein with our first imports from Ukraine. So Ukraine was right from the beginning one of our main partners. Additionally to this, I can say that I'm personally working in the organic branch since 1996, and since 2011 I have personal experience with imports from Ukraine. So therefore I visit many times Ukrainian operators, also different conferences. So somehow Ukraine is a little bit like my own country, where I'm always like to be, even in this very, very difficult circumstances you have in this current period. Now, we as Agriprotein, we are focused on the so-called association organic market, like Naturland, Bioland, Biokreis, and Bioswiss. In particular, if it comes to soybean cake, in the only EU organic market, we can't stand the competition coming from Chinese cake imports. Therefore, we are obliged to focus on this so-called association organic market, and therefore, of course, our suppliers need to be released by those associations. I assume that more or less all of you are aware about what is around this release procedures, but this is a very important issue for us. And in the beginning of all our negotiation, we need to clarify whether organic suppliers from Ukraine, organic operators, are able to fulfill those requirements coming from these private organizations. Since the beginning 2015 until now, our main supply country is Ukraine, and it is in a percentage of more than 60% of our entire needs coming from Ukraine. Okay, please change the next slide. As mentioned, we have started very early. We have 12 very strong main partner in Ukraine. All of them are well-known organic operators. Mainly, we are doing the business directly from agriculture operators, which are acting as importer. In some situation, we are collaborating also with in-between traders. For example, Grow the World, Marina, you heard already before. She is a wonderful partner for us, and in this collaboration with Grow the World, we are even knowing from which farm the products are coming. That means we always need to have the full traceability. Nevertheless, we are purchasing directly from farmers or from in-between traders. Another company we are collaborating in the same scheme is company Barbet, with the same approach with full traceability of the products. This traceability is not only for reason of transparency, it is also about an open discussion about all issues all requests coming from both sides, from the suppliers, from the organic operators, all concerns and also all demands in the meaning of quality, in the meaning of organic release by European authorities and also by those organic associations. We are discussing all these topics always in a very open way. We are even opening to our suppliers the most important names of our clients. Therefore, we have a traceability into both directions. And what we have recognized during the last years, before the full-scale war has started and even afterwards, that the reputation of Ukrainian suppliers has been improved, but this is only on the base of playing with open cards into both directions. And another real experience is about logistics. Logistics from Ukraine is almost always an adventure. That means we need to create always new schemes of logistics in order to save money, in order to provide efficient logistic schemes without headaching procedures. And of course, also the CO2 footprint does matter to us. Therefore, we are trying to step out of the road transport, track transport, and we would like to try realize more transport by railway or even by vessel. Okay, please next step to the next slide. Here we are showing some numbers of raw materials we have imported during the last couple of years. I don't want to step too much deep in. So you see that soybeans are representing the largest volumes beside corn and also wheat and rapeseed. You see from year to year some, let me say, waves. This is more caused by the decision whether the main transport will start already in late autumn or beginning of the new year. So our demand year per year is stable and even increasing, and the different numbers between, for example, 2022 and 2020 year is caused by the situation that in 2022, especially due to the war situation, but also for other reasons, we have imported a lot of volumes already in the old year from 2022's harvest, so there was not too much left for 2003. So this is also showing that we have, with regards to logistic, always a new challenge to solve when we can start with deliveries. Okay, please step to the next slide. Olena has asked me to talk also a little bit about barriers and challenges. I mentioned already before that logistic is always challenging. We are faced with volatile expenses, sometimes no availability of trucks, and a large number of truck transport is also very headaching. The Kevin has explained already before that even in the Netherlands, in the meanwhile, for each truck, one CI need to be issued. This is the fact in Germany since already 3 years. That means each truck as an own import procedure need to be accompanied with an own COI, and the entire procedure for organic import is quite difficult. You need to take care that you have always received the release from organic authorities before you are doing import customs clearance. If the import customs clearance is finished before the competent authorities has released the certificate of inspection, the product has lost its organic certification. And in the same time, of course, as you most likely aware about, also the COI need to be issued before the product has left the country of origin, in your case, Ukraine. So due to the very large number of single import procedures, we need to take care always to fulfill the entire procedure. Secondly, all of you are aware about export duties, which has been put in power from last autumn for canola and for soya. This was also something very, very headaching, and also from time to time, this is an ongoing discussion we have in Danube Soya Association, that some of the conventional agricultural representatives are starting with provoking statements once Ukraine become EU member, that Ukraine will be able to fulfill the entire demand of the European Union. And these statements are provoking, and they are offending farmers from European Union, and this is not very let me say intelligent and strategical to create a good or to stabilize a good approach and a good access for Ukrainian products. So in case you have any influence on those representatives, please tell them that those statements are not very helpful for the entire situation. In any case, we have also issues inside the EU with regards to organic imports, in particular border procedures with the veterinary controls. All of you which are experienced in this business are knowing what I'm talking about, and as Marina already mentioned before, we have still a downgrade of Ukrainian origins in the market. So there's still a preference for organic products coming from inside the EU due to the labeling of end consumer products and other issues. And this is really a pity, and it would be very, very good to create an own market reputation for products from Ukraine. It's still the situation that a lot of products which can be also grown inside the European Union, also in larger volumes, are used or are requested only in case that if there a gap of supply and not regularly. And therefore, I had this discussion several times. It would be very good to create somehow an own reputation for organic Ukrainian origin. A situation we had in particular from last harvest, from 2025 harvest, is a poor soya quality. I'm aware that the soya year in 2025 was very, very difficult, starting with a very cold and dry spring, and then a lot of rains in early summer, then rainy situation, not enough sun, and then a very, very delayed harvest. So I'm aware that it is an issue caused by the situation of the year 2025. Nevertheless, I'm a little bit concerned that because we are observing dropping quality since a couple of years, that there might be also an issue with crop rotation inside Ukrainian organic operators in the situation of losing humus in the soil. Therefore, I think it would be very, very good to take care of this situation, to observe the humus situation in the soil. And of course, I know that a rich crop rotation is not very easy if you need to receive money from cash crops. But on the other hand, if you are losing the fertility of your soil in the organic farms, and most of your operators in Ukraine have no animal keeping, no possibility to bring fertilizer from animal keeping to the fields, it will destroy the entire base of organic operation. Nevertheless, we have also some sustainability questions, what I mentioned before with crop rotation, and it is very important to focus also on these topics. Okay, please step to the next slide. Also, the speakers before me have been asked what are the promising categories for 2026 and following years. Of course, the main products we are looking for are soya, sunflower cake, organic canola, organic corn. Beside this, niche products such as pumpkin, flax, lentils, chickpeas can be of interest as well, but please start to grow them only once we have a clear request and you are not running into the situation that finally only products coming from European Union are requested, and this downgrade, as I mentioned before, will impact the market possibility for those niche products. With regards to flax, I need to mention that we have a lot of problems with hydrocyanic in flax, not only from Ukraine, from very, very different origins. And in this moment, nobody knows from which source this hydrocyanic comes. This is, of course, a problem for cells of flax, but once the flax is free or is below the threshold of this substance, flax has very good perspectives in the market. Okay, please step to the next slide. Coming to my conclusions, my key takeaways. We need to create a mutual sense of responsibility. And of course, we need to be aware that we are still working in a market with strict standards. So we are working with the trust of our end consumers, and the internal discussion inside the organic branch in Europe, and also the discussion with final consumers becomes more and more critical. Final consumers are concerned whether organic, in particular from international sources, is really organic. There are a lot of open questions, in particular with regards to products from overseas origin. I recognized already a request in the chat with regards to soya from West Africa. There are a lot of open questions whether these products are really organic. We have now a report in a very famous magazine with regards to organic. It's about organic banana. This expert mentioned that almost 80 to 90% of the imported organic bananas are not organic. We need to be aware about this ongoing discussion. And therefore, once again, we need to remove the black sheep from the industry and protect those who work cleanly. And of course, we always need to analyze precise quality problems. Those I mentioned already with regards to lower protein, and find good solutions and bring them into the practice by good targeting consulting. The logistic issue I mentioned several times. This will be a task for many, many years, in particular, unless the full-scale war is going on and we as organics have no good access to Black Sea ports. But this need to be resolved and reconsidered always how we can improve the logistic schemes. Yes, and last but not least, as I mentioned already before, it would be a very interesting but also necessary task to continue to work on a positive image for Ukrainian organic products with common power. As Marina already mentioned before, we need to put all our power together and in order not to show the possibilities of Ukrainian organic agriculture, but also their strengths with regards to fulfilling the standards and to keeping away any fraud. Yeah, now coming to my most likely last slide. What I want to say to you is, beside all critical and all perhaps even all negative aspects, in that many product areas, in particular, if it comes to protein containing products such as soya or sunflower cake or rapeseed cake, the EU is dependent on imports from Ukraine. So we have the situation that not only we as AgriProtein, many other processors inside the EU are really dependent on imports from Ukraine. And of course, we inside the EU have still great respect for the courage, innovative strength, and perseverance with Ukrainian organic producers to continue to operate despite Russia's war of aggression. And as some of you are aware, I'm traveling to Ukraine even during the wartime, and I've seen so many large investments started after the full-scale war has started. And I need to say I'm very impressed on your good mood and your strengthness, and what we can learn from EU, from Ukraine inside the EU is how to work with uncertainties, how to become resilient, and how to endure extreme and terrible conditions without losing courage. And perhaps this is, in this moment, beside all these valuable organic products, the main import product from Ukraine into the EU to become stronger and to face the future's issues. And I think we should not forget about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amos. There is a question from Maria Makhnovets, but it concerns the trends in general, not specifically Ukraine. Amos, do you see the question in the chat? Dear Amos, how do you see the supplies of organic soybeans from West Africa? Are you importing as well? And whether the market nowadays is quite price sensitive due to China's supplies of cheap organic soy cakes?
Yeah, thank you for this question. We had in the past some experience by our own. We did some imports, not too much, but we were interested to learn how it works, and we learned that there is a lot of fraud. Chinese buyers are very, very present in West Africa. Now we have somehow a movement from Togo to Benin. So the countries are also changing. And beside this, the administration of those countries, the presidents, are both Togo and Benin involved in own processing sites, good for conventional and also for organic. Uh, mm, Most likely, most of the very, very small farmers, and we are talking really about smallholders, about cooperatives, with thousands of members, and each of this member has perhaps between 2 and 4 hectare agricultural surface. They most likely not using any forbidden fertilizers or forbidden pesticides, but the organic certification does not work in that exact way. And also the mass balance and the traceability of the volumes is not can't be guaranteed. On the other side, I need to say that what in case we would purchase some beans in Africa and we will process them by our own, and in case we are selecting those beans from cooperatives we can more or less trust, we are not able to compete with those Chinese cakes. So there must be something different going on in China, how they are able to provide those very, very cheap cakes for European Union. And our idea, or we have even some knowledge about this, that the Chinese are purchasing large volumes from East Africa. It is much cheaper to take it from there. The volumes are non-GMO. The volumes are tested with regards to residues, and once they are clean, they can process them as so-called organic. But of course, we are not talking about a certified organic production in those countries. In those large scale, of course, in all countries, including China, there are always some white sheep, some operators which are doing their job in a good way. But if it comes to those unbelievable large volumes, it can't be organic, in my personal opinion.
Amos, thank you so much for perfect.
Thank you so much, Amos, за те, що ви так So thank you so much for preparing for your speech. It was amazing. We have another question, but maybe you can answer briefly.
Important political question. Да, я перекладаю з англійської, щоб сказати на українській. Так. Просто, будь ласка, пишіть питання до іноземних спікерів українською мовою.
Okay, dear participants, kindly put your questions in Ukrainian. So the question is the following. Is it true that Russian organic products go to the EU and American markets, but still through Turkey? But not even only through Turkey. I think Kazakhstan is always also involved. Amos, are you aware or do you know anything about this? How can we overcome this? How do we make Europe stop buying Russian products disguised in something coming from Turkey?
Складне питання.
It is a difficult question, but it is a question to the whole of the European Union, correct?
It's a difficult question, but it's a question to all the European Union, right?
Thomas, did you hear translation?
No, unfortunately
No?
not.
We are sorry. So you still on a not in a proper channel. Are you in English channel?
I think so. But perhaps you can even forward this question to me.
Okay, I think, Амос, ми затримуємося вже на 40 хвилин,
We already have 40-minute delay,
we will
so
write your question and we will write your answer in the chat, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Дуже дякую, Амос.
thank you, Amos.
Так, тоді ми прощаємося з Амосом.
So let's say goodbye to
Відповісти, будь
Amos
ласка, в чаті.
and please give your answers in the chat. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Aurimas Sutas, board member of Lithuanian company EcoFarm, big buyer of organic product from Ukraine. And this company is not only trading with Ukrainian, but also Aurimas is in Poltava right now in Ukraine and has been his business trip. So Aurimas, welcome.
Доброго дня, привіт усім з Полтави.
Hello, hi everyone from Poltava. Hello. Aurimas, have you selected English channel?
Yes, I hear you in English, so it's good.
Okay.
Okay, so if I may start, okay? Yes, so my name is Aurimas Sutas. I'm one of the owners of the company. And thank you, Elena, for the opportunity to address the organic farming community of Ukraine. Your professionalism, commitment to organic principles are well known and deeply appreciated by our company. So if you allow, I would like to describe our company. So our company was established in 2012 as a supplier of organic fertilizer to organic farmers in the Baltic states. However, the time for the to pay for the fertilizers came, and the farmer said, "Sorry, guys, we have no money, but you can take our grain, sell it, and then you can have your money." So this is the way we got into trading of organic cereals. Yes. Yes, in the early years, we sourced organic raw materials only from the Baltic states. However, in 2017, we made a strategic decision to expand our sourcing beyond the European Union. And the very first country outside the EU where we purchased organic products was, no surprise, Ukraine. Since then, Ukraine has become one of the most important sourcing origins for our company. For today, we source organic raw materials from Baltic states, Romania, China, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. And our selling markets include Netherlands, Germany, Italy, France, Scandinavian countries, and some of the volumes go to the great again United States of America. So our experience of cooperation with Ukraine. So our experience began, as I mentioned, in 2017 with company Ukrolia, which at that time started to press the organic sunflower seeds. And so it was the first press they produced, and it was the first product we bought outside the EU from Ukraine. So this is let's say two beginners met and started the cooperation. And the cooperation we started with Ukraine farmers before the war has continued without any interruption when the war started. Importantly, our company did not stop bringing goods from Ukraine for a single week after the war began. So the war brought, of course, enormous logistical challenges. Despite this, together with our Ukrainian suppliers, the biggest of which is, of course, Arnica Group, we managed to cope those challenges very successfully. And during the last season alone, with the help and support We delivered more than 50,000 tons of organic products from Ukraine to the European Union. I would say this is a result of trust, commitment, and true partnership with our suppliers. The main products we currently purchase from Ukraine include mainly, I would say, the feed crops. It's organic corn, the biggest position, then organic wheat, organic barley, organic peas, and organic sunflower cakes. From the food crops, I would say that the main is organic rapeseeds and organic flax seeds. It's a very little position for the moment, but I think there is an opportunity for Ukraine to go ahead and grow more of this crop. Looking forward, one very important topic is the possibility for Ukrainian organic products to be labeled as EU organic. I would say this is, if this would become a reality, it would open the doors to selling wheat, oats, rye for the food market in the EU, creating new value and new opportunities for Ukrainian farmers. Of course, this is a long way to go, but since the political situation is that, how to say, that everybody's promises, I mean, European leaders' promises for Ukraine to be the part of European Union, it could be a first step to let the small, very small market, I mean, organic market products to be marketed as EU product, and this could bring a big value to the farmers. You asked what expectations do we have from Ukrainian suppliers? Well, our expectations are very clear and straightforward, actually. We expect the farmers and suppliers to respect signed contracts, which is very important, to deliver goods on good and stable quality and focus on long-term cooperation. Organic trade is built on trust and long-term partnership. Partnerships benefits both farmers and importers. For the barriers and challenges, like any global market, organic trade faces competition from other regions. This season, what we observe is the huge, let's say, volumes of organic wheat is coming from Kazakhstan, which we never observed for the last 7 years. Nothing was coming, and this year, in general, the yields in Kazakhstan are so huge, and the price for conventional, we heard, is below 100 euro per ton. So this price difference, let's say, brings a lot of initiative for the wheat to come to European Union, and at least what we have heard, so until New Year, already about 30,000 tons arrived to Netherlands and Germany for organic wheat. Yes, another competition, let's say, is Poland, where we feel unexpected and very suspicious volumes of corn that came to Western Europe. Last year, it was some operator was caught that he imported small volume of organic corn and sold maybe 10 times more of organic corn. So I believe some story is happening again, but there is not much we can do about that. But this fraud is coming as the previous speakers were talking about Africa. I think that it's something is happening also time after time in European Union as well. So I think there should be a little bit more strict rules, maybe on the certification bodies, where they should take care more about the traceability, about the yields from the to check the yields from the fields, which sometimes probably is not corresponding to the reality what the operators are claiming. And of course, from regarding the soy, the competition, as Amos already told, and other speakers, is China and Africa. We also do import a little bit of Chinese cakes, but we also test it always. It's always of good quality, and and the price. I cannot imagine how they are doing this price, but it is as it is. If you want to compete in the market, you either buy from China or you are out of the market. So this is the reality. So recommendations for the exporters, I would say, it's simple but essential. Ensure the contracted quality and quantity are delivered as agreed. I already mentioned it before. And by quality, we mean not only pesticides-free product, but also full compliance with EU regulations regarding toxins, microbiology, and all the other quality parameters. What's new in organic exports for 2026? I would say that there is nothing radically new expected for 2026. The European Union will continue to need imports of organic corn, feed wheat, barley, peas, soybeans, flax seeds, and rape seeds. Demand remains relatively stable. The market is not growing significantly, but it is not shrinking either. Challenges on the global arena are putting pressure on the EU market purchasing power, resulting in stability rather than growth. So the war, of course, brought some negativeness for European Union as well. There was a crisis for the increased interest rates. Then it was a crisis for high energy costs, which affected the market, which a few years ago was collapsed and was shrinking, but it now recovered, and then hopefully we will be able to grow little by little. So for the conclusion, I would like to say that our company is always open to cooperation with Ukrainian farmers and processors. We highly value our partnership and believe strongly in long-term collaboration. Please feel free to contact us anytime. Together, we can continue building strong, reliable, and sustainable organic supply chains between Ukraine and European Union. Thank you for attention, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and feel free to visit us at Biofach. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, Ауримас.
Thank you, Aurimas.
Вам безпечної подорожі по
We wish you safe travel around Ukraine and see you at Biofach.
До побачення. І
Goodbye.
Я хотіла
Bye.
And
до побачення.
Bye-bye.
Передати слово.
And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. We have Ukrainian representative now of Austrian company, Volodymyr Koshelev. He is a CEO of VFI Oils for Life Ukraine company. It's a branch in Ukraine of Austrian company, big importer of organic products. And we hope that the speech of Ukrainian importer will be extremely useful. Volodymyr, please, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Вітаю всіх, колеги.
Hello, everyone, colleagues. Can you hear me well?
Так, все чудово.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly well.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Так, я також
So I
поділюся
would
презентацією.
like to share my presentation as well.
Так.
Якщо вам потрібна допомога,
If
кажіть,
you
ми
need
можемо.
any help, we
Презентація є
can help you, but only you have the presentation. We don't have it.
Так, одну секунду.
Just a second.
Наче.
I just wanted to say, yes, please upload it.
Ще ні. Не видно, так?
Ще не видно.
Well, we don't
Вам
see it.
вдається
No, we
поділитися?
don't see it. Are you able to share your presentation?
Так. Вибачте, думав, що це так, як
Excuse
завжди,
me, I thought
просто.
that I can do it in the way I always do it and that it's easy, but for some reason I cannot do it.
Ось, мабуть, зараз.
Okay, now you should see it. Yes, we see your screen.
Ага, дякую.
Okay, thank you.
Презентації і вперед. Все
Yes,
чудово.
please, let's go.
Ага.
It's perfect.
Так.
So,
Я дуже радий презентувати нашу
I'm
компанію.
really happy to present our company.
Як сімейною компанією і
We
акціонери
are
є
a
директорами.
family company and
Клеменс Раух, вони є операційним директором і
shareholders are
маркетинговим
directors. So they
директором.
are operational directors and marketing director.
Компанія наша
Our company
має товарообіг
has
277
turnover that is
мільйонів євро.
277 million euros.
І по готовій
And
продукції
we are, if to talk about ready
192
product,
тисячі тонн
192,000
по
tons
року. Я
yearly.
маю зазначити, що
I need
це
to mention that it's
органічно, також і
apart from
конвенційно.
organic, it's also
Органічно десь
conventional.
30%
Organic is around
від того
30% from
І
the
в
whole
компанії
turnover, and the
250
company has
чоловік.
250 people.
Наша
Our
найважливіша сировина – це
most
соняшник,
important
соняпак,
raw material is sunflower, soya,
те, що
rapeseed, and flax.
купуємо
That's what we
в Україні.
buy in
Соняшник
Ukraine.
переробляємо в Україні,
Sunflower we
сою, ріпак,
process
льон
in Ukraine.
експортуємо до
Soya,
Австрії.
rapeseed, and flax is being
Також в Австрії
exported
ми
to Austria.
переробляємо
In Austria, we
зародиш
also process corn.
Починався бізнес
Business started
мукомольний, потім
we were working with
появився
flour,
бізнес
then we
рафінації,
started working with
далі
raffination, and then
розвиток був у будівництво
we were
переробних
working
заводів
on
на
building processing
у місті
factory
Ensdorf.
on Danube, on
Потужність
Ensdorf
заводів
city. The
біля 100
capacity was around of those factories
100
around
тисяч тонн на рік.
100,000 tons per year.
Це наш завод.
This is
Він
our
постійно
factory
розвивається.
because it is constantly being
Побудовується
developed,
зручна
and
логістика.
the
Особливо до
logistic
війни ми багато перевалювали
is being
через
additional
Ремінь
logistic is being built.
порт. Зараз більша частина йде
Now majority is going by automobile transport.
Це наші представництва.
These are our representations. We have branches in Romania, in Bosnia, in Serbia, in Germany.
Великий асортимент упаковок.
We have lots of various packagings. We have bottled products,
скло, пластик,
glass, plastic.
Також жири виробляємо. Наша гордість те, що наші олії
We are proud because our oils are components in baby food, and we
працювати
are
максимально
learning
прискіпливо щодо якості, аби
to
задовольнити наших
be
клієнтів.
very thorough with our quality
Виробництво
to
дитячого
satisfy
харчування.
our clients in the production
Великий
of
сегмент
baby food.
продукції – це
Huge segment of our
корми,
products, these are feeds
які ми отримуємо з
that
переробки
we
олії.
get from processing of
Це
oil
соняшник,
seeds. It's
соняшникова макуха,
sunflower cake, soybean cake, rapeseed cakes, and flax cakes. I'm going to stop a little bit the quality here because the quality of our product depends on the quality of raw material. And I would like to encourage soybean producers to pay particular attention that protein in soya is at least 35%. Maybe it's worth to work with various this balance of protein and nitrogen in soil. Also, we hope that GMO production will not be flourishing in Ukraine, and the European standards prohibit GMO crops, and that farmers, we hope that farmers will adhere. I'm talking about conventional farmers right now. That creates certain disturbances. I think it's the task for all our organic movement to signal that it is not normal, it is not okay. Also, I would like to mention concerning sunflower seeds, 95% of market, it is that type of sunflower that consists lots of oil, and this oil from sunflower is used as a component, as an ingredient. And since this type of sunflower is it has lower acidity and it's more stable oil than some other type of sunflowers. It is also important for us for sunflower to be full because it's difficult for us to process the sunflower otherwise. And it is also the task for the producers to track and to trace the balanced nitrogen in the soil, maybe through siderates and so on. The company has become organic since 1995, and we started importing products, organic products from Ukraine in 2015. It is important to mention that we are extremely grateful to those farms that let us visit their fields, that let us selecting samples of sunflowers from the fields. That's how we can guarantee for our clients high quality of organic products. It is important to pay attention to additional certificates apart from European UBO, also BioSwiss, where it gives the opportunity for farmers to pay bonuses. Also, it is important, especially for sunflower, to have certification COR or NOP. It's for Canadian and American market because now majority of sunflower is being processed to the oil that is being exported to the USA. I'd like to share my view concerning beneficial factors. Organic market of the EU is growing. Excuse me. Can you hear me well? Yes, yes, we can hear you, Volodymyr. It's okay. Everything is okay. You can keep on talking. It's just I had a call and I saw that you maybe lost me. You were sharing your forecast for the nearest future, yes? Yes.
Так.
Yes.
Тобто
So
ЄС все одно буде
the EU
буде зацікавлений в
will be
сої з
interested
України,
in
оскільки він
soy
забезпечений
from
лише на
Ukraine
30%
because it is covered only by 30%
сою, яка походить з
by
європейського
soybeans from the
континенту.
European
Тобто
continent.
географія
So
сприяє нам
geographically
мати
speaking,
гарного
Ukraine
покупця
has a
на
favorable
сою.
position to
В
be
цьому
a supplier
сезоні
of soya for the
ціни
European market.
історично високі.
This
Я
season, the prices are historically high.
не пам'ятаю вищих цін
I do not
і на
remember them
сою, і
ever
на
being
соняшник,
higher for
і
soybeans
на
or
ріпак.
sunflower seeds and
Також зараз
raps.
автомобільна
And also,
логістика
at the
доступна,
moment,
гарно
the
все рахується. У
truck
нас
transportation is available. It
минула
is
та криза, яка була на початку
predictable. So this
війни.
crisis that happened at the beginning of the war has now receded.
Також цікаво, що
It is also curious to
американський
note
ринок
that
став
the
більш зацікавлений
American
в
market is now more
українській
interested
олії.
in Ukrainian oil.
Відверто кажучи, нам заважала
Honestly
недобросовісна
speaking,
конкуренція
we
минулі
were
роки.
facing
Зараз я чув
non-compliant
про
and unfair
виявлення
competition, and now I have heard
неякісної
about
продукції на
the
ринку США,
identification of bad
особливості
quality
соняшникової олії.
products, especially as
Тому
regards sunflower oil.
більш чесна конкуренція
So
дозволяє
a more
отримувати
fair
цікаві,
competition
більш цікаву ціну.
enables us to opt
Сподіваюсь,
for
що
a
це
better
і надалі
price,
збережеться.
and I hope this stays.
Також для українських
Also,
виробників
for
зараз
Ukrainian
сприятливий
producers,
час
the conditions now are
для
rather
розвитку в тому
favorable
плані,
to
що є
grow
допомога,
in the
можливість
respect
отримувати
of where there
фінансування
is
на
support
розвиток
and
виробництва,
potential funding to grow
доробку.
production.
Не знаю, як зараз з іригацією.
I don't know how
Я думаю, що є
how things
можливість
are with the
також.
derogation, but I
Значить,
believe that there are
виклики,
also
чи я називаю
opportunities related to
потенціалом
that.
для
As regards the
зростання.
challenges, I call them
Це
potential for
кліматичні
growth,
умови вимагають
include the
адаптації щодо зміни.
climatic conditions which require adaptation of crop rotation.
Попередні спікери казали,
The
зокрема,
previous
Amos
speakers, and I think
казав, що
Amos also mentioned
crop management
that
це
crop
є
management
важливим
is
елементом
a very important
і
element
щодо якості продукції,
when it comes to ensuring the product
не так
quality,
активно з
to
з року в
be
рок
more pest
накопичувалися. Але
resistant,
також клімат, він вимагає
but also the climate requires
також адаптації
adaptation of crop
культивообороту
rotation.
таким чином. Що нам ще б хотілося, щоб було простіше
Another
нашим
aspect
постачальникам
that we would
оформлювати
love to
експорт, я
be
розкажу
more
про ці
simple
процедуру
in terms
проходження
of
через
putting
ТПП.
together the
Принаймні
documents
до Нового
for
року вона була дуже
exports.
складна, я не знаю, чи зараз вона
Of course, we are aware that the
спрощується
procedure
чи ні.
at the moment is
І,
very difficult. I don't know if it's
на
getting
мою
any
думку, також,
simpler,
що
but I also
нашим
believe that our
завданням є
our
як
common
не,
task
так би мовити, експорт,
as
заохочення експорту і
in
зростання
order to
експорту,
encourage the export
воно
and to
можливо, в тому
enable it to
числі
grow,
за умови розвитку внутрішнього
is
ринку, щоб
to invest in the
виробники могли
development of the
балансувати
domestic
врожаї.
market so that
Ми
the
знаємо, що їм
producers
легко
can balance
продавати
the margin
олійні,
because we know that it's easier
сою,
for them to sell
соняшник,
oil seeds and
але
soya, sunflower
внутрішній
seeds,
ринок
but the domestic
має
market
допомагати продавати
needs to help
зернові
sell the grains.
таким чином.
So as I believe.
І я вам дякую за увагу.
Okay, that's all there is to it from me. Thank you for your attention.
Володимир, дуже дякуємо за резюме.
Volodymyr, thank you so much for the conclusions that you made. Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Ви можете перестати ділитися екраном,
You can stop sharing your screen.
Sharing. Дякуємо.
Okay, thank you. That was wonderful.
Це тоді Володимир. Так, тут Марія. Тут Марія знову
Maria is asking a
Марія,
question.
ти натякаєш знову на питання
Are
щодо
you
російської
talking
сировини.
about the Russian raw materials originating from Russia?
Цією проблемою треба системно
Well,
займатися.
this is an issue that needs to be handled systemically. So Maria is asking, Turkey is the main supplier of organic rough sunflower oil to the USA. Where does the raw material come from?
Можете прокоментувати?
Would you kindly comment on this?
Так. Якщо
Briefly, please.
у нас
Yes.
немає призу за активність,
Well,
треба
I think
придумати
Maria
відсіти
deserves a
Марії.
prize for
Дякуємо за
her active
запитання.
engagement. Thank you so much for your question.
Ну, звісно,
Well,
є проблема, на мій погляд, в
of
тому,
course,
що
there is a problem
не знаю
actually
як, але до певного
that
часу
I don't know how,
імпортери, ті
but
ж
up
США,
until
вони
a certain time, the
купували
importers
продукцію, але,
from the USA, they
скажімо
brought
так,
in the
першочергово для
products,
них це
but
ціна,
the first and foremost, they were looking at the pricing
другорядне
policy,
питання
and only
там
second
100%
was
впевненість
the 100
в походженні.
certainty of origin. 100%
Ось,
certainty of
але
origin, but
я чув, що
I have heard,
здається, чи 5 тисяч тонн олії
I think it
забракували в
was
США,
5,000 tons
і
of
вони не
oil
признали
that
органічним,
was
тобто
not
якась
approved
якесь
as
зрушення
organic.
є,
So there is
погіршення є.
some improvement happening in this
Такий
regard.
коментар. Тобто я
So this is
наблюдаю
the comment that I can share.
позитивну
I have
динаміку в цьому напрямку.
been noticing positive dynamics in this regard.
Зрозуміло, дуже дякуємо,
Okay,
Володимир.
thank you so much, Volodymyr.
Далі будуть питання до Володимира по
I
той же
suggest
чаті. Добре?
to ask the following questions, if there are any,
Володимир,
in the chat, so that we can
Тоді ми передаємо
move
слово наступному.
on and pass the floor to
У
our
нас
next
зараз
speaker,
шостий спікер в блоці
speaker number
імпортери.
6 in
Це
the
також
importers
український
section.
представник,
It is also a
іноземного
representative
імпортера.
of
Я перепрошую,
Ukraine,
передаю
of
слово
a
Андрію
foreign
Камінському.
importer. Now the floor goes to Andriy
Це
Kaminsky. He's the
директор
CEO
компанії
of the company
Україна.
called
І це
AgriBio
представник
Ukraine,
великого
and
італійського
it is
сільськогосподарського
he's
виробництва в
representing
Україні.
the great
Андрій, будь
importer of
ласка, вам
products
слово.
from Ukraine from Italy. Andriy, you have the floor. Dear colleagues, hello. Can you hear me well? Okay, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Andriy Kaminsky. I represent the Italian group of companies AgriBio. We're grateful to the organizers to take part in this conference. And as a introduction to our company, let me tell you that it was founded in 2015 in Verona and specializing in processing organic oil crops. Over the 10 years of our work, we have expanded, we have grown, and at the moment in our offices are not only in Italy, but also in Europe, Africa, and China. In the year 2021 in Ukraine, we founded AgriBio Ukraine, where I am the CEO. And actually, it is our Ukrainian office that does purchase Ukrainian products from Ukrainian producers. We have contracts with various producers. We hold negotiations with them. We negotiate terms and logistics. Therefore, we perform this technical duties, but behind that, there is a lot of effort because we are on this first edge. So we're standing with our Ukrainian farmers and we know all of their desires and all of their challenges. But we always manage to find common ground, and we have been moving successfully. The main market for our group of company is organic feed production. We supply organic cake and sunflower and plant oil, like I mentioned. We're also dealing with food oils and some food industry. So we have entered this sector over the last 2 years. We are venturing into this niche as well. We normally bring sunflower seeds, import rapeseed and corn from Ukraine. In the year 2025, our group of companies also launched an own processing facility in Africa for processing of organic soy and sunflower seeds. It was just recently launched and certified. We will see. There was a question concerning the supplies of organic products from Africa. We are very detailed in terms of how what we select the organic products for reprocessing. We are very diligent in terms of traceability. Our strategy also includes risk mitigation and by means of own processing of materials, and we purchase raw materials originating from various countries. Therefore, we make sure we diversify the risks. So we buy from the European producers, China, Africa. Once again, we're very diligent in terms of selection, and this is how we make a decision to cooperate with a certain producer. For Italy, the potential of Ukraine, and I'm telling you this as a person who has been engaged in the organic sector since 2013. I started out as part of the company exporting organic products from Ukraine, and at the moment I'm working on for the other camp, so to say, as an importer. The potential of Ukraine is tremendous. Like we frequently say, we truly hope that Ukraine will end up by changing the status from the country of potential success to the country of actual success and plan fulfillment. But at the moment, things are looking up in Ukraine despite the raging war and the associated challenges and risks that we're handling together. As regards the potentially promising goods originating from Ukraine, we are primarily interested in organic cake, rapeseed cake, soya cake, taking into account that recently companies in the organic sector are shifting towards processing and are changing their focus from solely exporting raw products to exporting products with added value, which is good for the producers in terms of their own financial resources and own production capacities. Apart from regular spot shipments, we are also willing to negotiate various cooperation formats, including contract production and forwards. So this approach does exist in Ukraine already, and year after year, it may not yield the desired results to the exporters because over the last 2 years, we have seen severe weather conditions and the dry spell, but our company is open to such projects. We can suggest to our potential suppliers to discuss, to have negotiations dedicated to the subject. Financially, we're also quite flexible. We can offer advance payment for the goods as part of financial support. Regarding the requirement to Ukrainian suppliers, I will mention the classic ones, traceability, and the presence of certain indicators. We normally get batches of 500,000 tons if we're talking about one batch. And for quality assurance, before the product is unloaded, we do our own testing. So we take sample products from the seller warehouse and we have them tested in Italian laboratories, or there is another approach. We would source a few trucks from the batch, 3 to 5, and we would do this full screening. And if everything is fine, we unload the rest of the batch. And this is the way there is guarantee that both the supplier and the customer are sure of the quality of the product.
Concerning challenges and difficulties in cooperation with Ukrainian companies, I would now mention war risks, factor of war risks. But in our personal practice, we haven't had any kind of particular problems with suppliers, thanks God. Because my colleagues, reporters, have already mentioned the expectations concerning prices that in Ukrainian companies are usually higher than market ones. For example, Italian. I would differentiate here Italy and countries of Northern Europe, and Germany, the Netherlands, Scandinavian countries. Of course, certain markets have their peculiarities, their specifics, but I'm a representative of Italian company, and for us, it is significantly important price formation, Ukrainian price formation for organic product that we're interested in. Factors that impact our decision concerning procuring the products. It's a quality, a price, quality of the product, of course, and also if the product is certified according to various standards, for instance, EU Bio, Bio Swiss, and so on and so forth, it gives advantage in deciding to buy it, because from oil group we can, as it has already been mentioned, we can sell oil in the markets of Northern America.
Жмих залишається на європейському ринку.
Cake remains on European market. Important factor is also volume of the batch and period of supply. And in cooperation, we usually prefer those suppliers that can that can deliver in 2 or 3 months from signing the contract. For us, it is because of the processing of raw material and the schedule of supplying the ready-made product to end users. We would all advise Ukrainian exporters to adapt better to European market prices. Also, my colleagues mentioned about the important matter of logistics costs. This is usually the topic that is extremely important in any type of export. We do hope that if we use maritime vessels, our volumes of procurements will grow significantly, as it was before 2022. Our companies from Kherson we had a change of location. I am now working from Kyiv. My colleagues are in Odessa. We understand more than everyone else what is maritime vessels and what opportunities it opens for us. So we understand all the difficulty of current work of sea terminals, but I would advise Ukrainian exporters to try to combine their efforts to organize and to certify such water terminals for shipments like that. And it would be extremely beneficial for other countries of Europe, in particular for the Netherlands, where we at certain time also load a lot of products for export of organic products. In a nutshell, that's what I wanted to tell you and what I wanted to share with you. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm ready. No, thank you, Andrei. No questions so far. It was block of importers. We are really grateful for importers for sharing experience of cooperation with Ukrainian suppliers. And we see that we have active trade. It hasn't been disrupted after the war. Everything is developing very fast because all those importers that we're speaking today, all importers that we have communicated with are interested in expanding the circle and the volumes of products. And they're interested in the trade with organic suppliers from Ukraine. So, dear colleagues, so we are 45 minutes late. We are sorry for that. We are going to wrap it up very fast now. We have the fifth block of the conference ahead of us. And I would like to ask each of the speakers from the fifth block, Irina Kokhtina, Yulia Halashevskyi, Kovtanova, Control Union, and me, Organic Initiative. We are going to be pretty fast, pretty concise, and now you are you will hear all the information, useful information for organic exporters for 2026. Irina Kokhtina, please, the floor is yours. Switch on your mic, please.
Іра, включи мікрофон. Так, ну я тебе... Так,
Okay, it's okay now. It's just I did not have the right to switch on the mic.
Справедливість встановлена.
Okay, now everything is fair.
Всім доброго дня. Хто мене не знає, я
Okay, hello everyone. Those who do not know me, let me introduce myself. Irina Kokhtina, the president of Association
членами наших
Varus of Ukraine. We
це, в принципі, всі гравці ягідного
Ukrainian
ринку.
Varus Association. Actually, all players of various market are here. So all companies that provide various services on this market.
Професійності асоціації, хто працює з гірниками, я можу сказати, що ми найсильніші в плані аналітики.
We are the strongest analytically wise and working on international markets. And I would like to tell you a little bit more what is awaiting for us next year. Actually, what has already been planned, booked, and what you need to track on our website. Please, the next slide. As I have already mentioned, we are pretty active on international exhibitions, fairs, and already the day after tomorrow, I'm going to go to Gulf Food. There I will be presenting members of association. It will be without a stand this time, but on all the other exhibitions, we are going to have our stands. We are going to have stand on fruit Logistica in Berlin, pretty big, more than 50 square meters. There, all participants, we are already full with the participants, but please join and ask for the next year. and send us applications. We will organize national pavilion at BioFac. There, since it's a national pavilion, there will be berry producers and oil and so on and so forth. So for us, it will be organization of the national pavilion. It already will be the second time for us. And generally at BioFach, we are present. Well, we have been present for the last 6 or maybe even 7 years with our stand, collective stand. We are specialized in collective stands when the companies present themselves. At BioFach 2026, selection has already been done. The companies have already been announced, and I would like to invite those who haven't joined us yet to join us next year. Also in October, we are going to have 2 exhibitions, Fruit Attraction. It is a specific exhibition for fresh market, and Cial, it is exhibition of food products. We have 2 stands booked, collective stands. One is booked in the hall, is with frozen products, and the other one in the hall with ready-made products, food products. We have really great places, so please send your applications. We'll be ready. We'll be happy to cooperate. Concerning financing of all of this. Usually when we tell prices for exhibitions, it's full cost of participation, but we keep on looking for grant support to make participation in international exhibitions less expensive for our participants, and in the majority of cases we are successful in our efforts. We have usually 90% that we find additional financing, and we make it much cheaper for companies from other sectors. Percentage is less, not 90%, not from berry sector, but we are working in this direction as well. So when you apply and when you hear the first price, high price, if it's too high for you, then you need to think whether it is your exhibition, because exhibition has to be covered by your contracts. It's full price, and to participate in big exhibitions, if only if there is a condition of external financing, because you will not be able to do it on your own. It is not very proper approach. But once again, there are grant program. It's just usually when we are talking about such big exhibitions as Cial and Danuga that first we still have lots of months for Cial, but we applied 1.5 years before, so we cannot guarantee grant financing at that particular moment when we apply. So it's just for your general knowledge. So if you have a wish, please monitor our news, monitor the opening of the registration for the companies, and apply. The next slide, please. What else is waiting for us this year? For berry producers, we are planning 2 trade missions to France and Belgium. These are actually meetings with buyers, and we are planning 2 trips to Poland and Bulgaria. Training trips are mostly focused on farmers, because here we want to show and we want to teach first and foremost. We are focusing on mechanized during of harvest, because we have a big problem with labor workforce, but it's also about food processing and moments connected with that. So once again, I would like to invite you to join us. The next slide, please. And we have range of products that we are using for external and internal market. We are going to update this year the catalog of suppliers and to buy of services and everything else for berry products. It will be published in spring. In August, we are going to update our catalog that has been published for 8 years already. It's Ukrainian berry industry. It's the catalog that is spread only abroad for foreign buyers at exhibitions, online, through LinkedIn, through our database. That's why it is really working. This catalog is really effective. And also in spring, traditionally, we are going to conduct a range of trainings on food safety and certification. So if you want to prolong your certificate on food safety, for this you need to conduct a training, and we would like to invite you. One more thing now about organic producers. We are working with organic producers and conventional producers. Organic, we have around 30, maybe even more % of associations that have organic certificates.
Our activities are aimed at first and foremost promoting the berry market. If it's big trade shows, we also invite representatives of various sectors, and we specifically at every trade show and fair, we include organic producers to follow the organic route. Such routes exist for certain trade shows. There are specific halls for producers specializing exclusively in organics. We're not present there, but we mark the organic companies specifically, and the companies that have organic certification, they are very clearly visible. And when the buyer finds you through via us, they have a clear idea that you are an organic producer. So this is basically all I wanted to share. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. Thank you, Irina. If you have any questions to Irina, you can put them in the chat. We will now give the floor to the speaker from Organic Standard. Yulia Halashevskyi is the head of department of expert. She will be sharing useful announcements for 2026. Hello, let me share my presentation with you. Can you see it? Not yet. Okay, let me. It's loading. Just run it full screen, please. Okay, greetings once again. Hello, everyone. As announced by Olena, this section will be short and sweet, so I will try to be brief to not keep you for too long. But before I announce the initiatives of Organic Standards for promotion of export of organic products, let me give a bit of introduction for those who are visiting this kind of event for the first time. Let me. Can you see the presentation? No, there is one more button you need to push. Run the presentation full screen. Okay, I'm on it. There we go. You can see it now, yeah? Let me tell you a bit about organic standard. I don't remember what was said by Serhii because I did not have internet connection. But just so you know, organic standard is the only Ukrainian certification body on the Ukrainian market, therefore apart from the services that we offer as business, we also have a certain mission to the Ukrainian market that is also connected with the export. Therefore, our mission is promoting the organic products ecosystem and in enhancing the capacities of Ukrainian business on new markets. So this mission also explains why we take part in the events that we do, why we promote cooperation with the stakeholders that we work with, and so on. What we offer, our main services include the following. Our main services include inspection and certification. We certify all industries of organic production based on the European standards and the law of Ukraine. We control over 80% of operators in the organic market in Ukraine and also a large share of them beyond Ukraine. Since 2022, we have reduced our markets of cooperation. So we removed Russia and Belarus. We only kept Kazakhstan and Moldova apart from Ukraine. Apart from organic certification, we also provide certification of sustainable production, which is sometimes omitted, for example, ICC standards and the standards of Denai and Danube and European soya. Also in our profile, we have quite a curious section on certification, which stands for the certification of geographical denominations, and a lot of speakers, both from the export and the import side, they also mentioned the necessity of the importance of certification for various markets, and the private standards. So we also perform that depending on the import country. So that is briefly about what we primarily offer, but we also offer control and mentorship for exporting parties. So it's like an additional service that arises, that emerges out of the certification service. But as practice shows, it's also a very important service that the clients need, and the exporters, or also those that are just reaching out to the export markets. So in the year 2024, the volume of exported products first exceeded 5,000 export shipments. As it was mentioned, it was linked with problems with logistics in the years 2022 and 2023. So those export products were kept until 2024. Therefore, we are very experienced in this regard. So I have been working in this sphere since 2014, namely the export of organic products. So let me tell you that I have a very profound experience along with my colleagues that do supervision of export, also depending on the change in regulations of the EU, and also other external conditions that relate to the situation in the country at the moment. Another important direction is training and expertise. We segregate this into two directions. we are very focused and dedicated to improving the level of knowledge of our experts and our clients and other players at the organic product markets where we believe we have the expertise. We're very willing to share maybe concerning something specifically technical that we have the sole expertise. And we, of course, we're very happy to support this initiative and assist in this way. Now, when it comes to the ecosystem development, I will not dwell in detail on this. Let me just tell you that when it comes to the development of ecosystem, we see four directions. It's the promotion of export, the development of domestic market, enhancing the capabilities, and the integration of operators into the market. Let me talk a little bit in greater detail about the integration of operators into the market. The way we do it is by cooperation with various international projects, also with the Berry Association, with the Organic Ukraine. We do our best to support them by informing the operators in the market about the events held, any kind of activities. We try to keep it smooth, not turn it into a spam, but we try to remain valuable in terms of information that we share. How do we promote export? We do export analytics in cooperation with Organic Info. We publish infographics on their website. We do it on a yearly basis, trying to do it in a way to make the data relevant for that moment. Maybe we're not always succeeding in this, but we do our best. And I encourage you to take a look at the website Organic Info. There is some expert analytics there for you, including exporter and importer related information. In the year 2025, we have assumed a direction which is rather challenging, but research the import. Why did we do that? The reason we did it was to be able to study the import of organic products in Ukraine, to be able to see and show our producers what exactly is being imported and in which amount. And maybe our producers could maybe make a shift and produce the highly demanded organic products in Ukraine, because truly the figures speak for themselves, and the data says that we're importing a lot of organic products, which we can easily produce ourselves in Ukraine. That's why we assumed this direction, and I thought that we would stop by year 2026, but we decided to continue doing this import research. Export dashboard. For those who are not aware where to find it, this export dashboard is located on Dia Business platform. We are working on it along with the Office for the Development of Entrepreneurship and Export. I forgot to put a link for your reference here, but you can go to Dia Business, go to Export, and you can easily access this dashboard. As you can see, it is rather dynamic. You can filter the data by various criteria. You can take a look at various categories of commodities, the classes that check out the dynamics of export. Therefore, this tool is very useful make sure you take a look the catalog of exporters. We prepare catalogs of Ukrainian organic exporters. We have been doing this for a while now in cooperation with the Office for Development of Entrepreneurship and Export. The reason we do it is to be able to aggregate the information about all exporters in one place for the exhibitions announced, the trade shows announced by Irina. Maybe Olena will also announce some other events, but it's a very useful tool where you can see all of the information on the exporters and the products that they represent in one place. We plan to finish it before BioFach, and we also are updating it at the moment, so we hope we'll manage to do it. Starting with year 2023, Organic Standard has been holding Organic Export Club. It's an exclusive product for the clients of Organic Standard. We are doing it with support from the project QFTP. It is a closed club where we create a community of clients of Organic Standard. We discuss the practical cases. We talk over the mistakes made by the colleagues from the organic sector during their export activities, how to avoid those mistakes by other participants, or how to stop them from happening in the future. Organic Standard is also a member of the Association of Certification Bodies, and we are capable of communicating rather closely with the European Commission, and year 2025 was the year of transition from regulating from the system of equivalence to the compliance system. And there were lots of technical issues, for example, including the traces and the regulations that were not fully implemented and not even fully defined. And at these club meetings, we discussed in real time. We had real-time discussions with our clients on the specific steps to be taken in certain situations, especially concerning issues faced by exporters or importers that were not properly informed. Let me also tell you that it is a very interesting experience, and I hope that we will continue supporting these meetings in the year 2026. We already have Organic Expert Club meetings planned for this year. We encourage guests to join. Sometimes we have invited guests as requested by our clients. For example, if they need some clarifications from state services or departments dealing with export, we bring those experts in to share their expert information. We're now preparing, we're working on the practical guidebook of an organic exporter to the EU. Organic Standard took part in the development of the previous organic guidebook. Me personally was one of the authors, and at the moment it is not updated, it's not relevant anymore, and there was a request about updating it.
Therefore, this is what we are working on at the moment. When it's finished, I cannot give you the exact time frame at the moment, but I hope that once it's finished, it will be very practical. It will be very useful for all organic exporters. We're also working on the guidebook of the standards for export. It is also going to be my product dedicated to, so it'll be created in association with my colleagues, and it will not only be dedicated to the organic standards, because as we faced, there are a lot of requests about and questions regarding the safety standards and other standards that we need to be certified by to be able to export to a certain country. Therefore, it will be a very big guidebook, this export standards guide. There is a certain structure of this guide already. I'm going to refine it from the perspective of the countries that primarily are targeted by Ukrainian exporters. So this guide will be very practical, where you can just choose a country and see a full list, what kind of standards and requirements are in place to be able to export into this country. This would enable the exporters targeting the markets to be fully prepared to all of the relevant requirements and standards. As Maxim said, from Brainbox, he shared that they faced the fact that they needed to change the packaging, and they also had to change the label, the title of their product. They also received a few consultations from the Office of Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion. So we will work on this guide supported by the projects. We will not be putting it together on our own. We will be supported by the project UNIDO. So that's all the initiatives from Organic Standard that I wanted to share with you. I tried to be brief. I wanted to tell you more, but I'm aware that we're behind the timing. So if you have any questions, please reach out to me or put them into the chat. Yulia, thank you so much for your presentation. We want to thank Organic Standard for the job that you do. Let me now pass the floor to the next speaker and the CEO of the certification body. It's the Company Control Union, which is international. Karina Kakhtanova is the leader of Control Union Ukraine. Karina, you have the floor. Hello, I hope you can hear me well. Please confirm. Yes, well, I will try to be very, very brief and dynamic, and I hope I am able. So yeah, it's true. My name is Karina Kaftanova. I'm the director of the Certification Office Control Union. We are the international certification body. We have an inspection branch. We have been working with Ukrainian exporters of organic products for many years now. At the moment, today, taking into account all of the conditions and the electronic systems of control in organic export, for the companies that have been on the market for a while, as they are aware of these systems, they know how they function and how important they are, but for the companies, it is very valuable. These tools help Ukrainian businesses work faster, work in a more transparent manner,
without without difficulty. So the export is not stopping, we're growing, thank goodness, and hopefully in the year 2026 we will still be seeing this growth because new companies will come on stage. And let me talk a little bit about why this is important, why it is important to stick to the terms and how to do it correctly. If we take a look at the next slide, we need to understand how a new team can think about the strategic approaches. What do we need to do to reach this American or Japanese or European market? First of all, we need to understand what certification do I need to pass to prepare for it, to form a pool of tasks, to do it in the correct time frame, because this may cause delay in the high season for sales. Of course, the next stage, this could be the social activity and networking. Of course, if you want new clients, go ahead and attend a conference, a trade show, make some connections. It's true that everything changes, everything is very dynamic, new conferences, new people, but we know from experience that our clients from various offices of control union can meet each other, and we see a certain dynamics, we see a tendency to integration and negotiations, and we believe it's very important. If we're a new company, for example, from Ukraine that wants to grow, it is very important to work on the analytics, to choose the market correctly, choose the highly marginal market, something that will be relevant, that will be potentially profitable, something that will definitely work in the future. And another stage is the diversification of export directions. But we should not be dwelling on on one thing, but we need to be growing and expanding and to know what we want to do next. So it's worthwhile considering various markets: USA, Southern Korea, Japan, and so on. So the requirements are different. It's not an easy task, but it's still possible. Therefore, all of these stages, if they're performed, the next stage is the tax control and others, which will bring you into the usage of dedicated tools that you will see on the next slide. They are so next slide will show us those tools. But I'm talking about the tools called Seas and Traces. They are the main control tools that have been working for a while. They're very efficient. They have evolved, and they are helping they are making this more transparent and traceable. So the electronic systems are not an option anymore. They are a requirement of the market. And we're happy that it has been working very well at the moment, thanks to digitalization. The first system on the next slide is CIS. It's an internal system that is the communication channel between the communication body and the client. So it is very convenient. It simplifies the task. It evolved from the paper version to an electronic version, and at the moment, SIS is constantly evolving.
Actually, automatization, we have the whole automatization of documents. Yes, this is an internal system, and actually it helps us to perform the first stage. This moment of getting to export lines. Then the next stage is traces. It is going to be through the website after this one. And this will be an official electronic system of the European Union. And it is created for the control of import of food products, organic products, maybe animals. So this is also that story that helps us at the final stage already enter the European markets. It appeared long time ago at the beginning of 2000s, also went through transformation, but starting from 2017, it has become obligatory and no batch can be issued without the certificates for traces. And now traces is being developed, and it is being developed in the direction of integration of a custom system of the EU and automatized analysis of risks. Actually, as everywhere else, because now it is impossible without risks, and it is the main idea of a model of behavior in the future if you want to work sustainably with international partners. So that's why it is this tool that can be used even if you don't want to use it because it is obligatory. And I would like to get to the last slide. The last slide, we have the information about our internal timelines. They coincide, but we have presented this. It's slide number 6. And the slide you see how it is working because it is extremely important to adhere to all the rules, because now we have complicated logistics, routes are constantly changing, the control is strengthening, but adhering to all the deadlines let us cross the border in a timely manner without any kind of particular obstacles. That's why now it is important to remember that usually it has to be put before the days of shipment. Then all transport documents should be added. It has to be regulated. But the most important story that if you apply and if you submit documents late, it is the risk of losing organic status. So that's why those who are working, please stick to all the rules because it will save our home and will improve the movement of goods. For all those companies who just started their movement, it is really important to adhere to know all these rules and to stick to them. And it is important and it is mandatory to stick to them. Without it, the product will not be able to end up in the European market. So in the system of control, it is now speed, transparency, trust. And we have mentioned a lot that Ukrainian products have huge potential. That's why let's do everything to bring Ukrainian products more and more to European and countries and world countries. I don't know whether I was dynamic enough, but I was really trying to do so. You were very dynamic. Okay, so thank you, Karina. And we do not have any questions so far. Dear colleagues, we have only my speech left. I promise. I can promise you that I will be very concise. Do you see my screen?
Окей. Так,
Great.
отже,
So,
громадська спілка «Органічна ініціатива».
Organic Initiative Association, those working on internal market of organic products in Ukraine, you know us better through the whole range of products, exhibitions, trade shows. campaigns in media and other projects. And also we had 4 waves of grant programs that received more than 100 organic companies from 2022, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So our activity on the internal market is known better. We have just started dealing actively with the expert, but we are definitely going to deal with expert. I should show the slide once again. It was shown earlier by Ksenia Huleyeva today. It's just we are so happy that we have Ksenia Huleyeva in our team now, because in this organic market she has been working for pretty long time already. Ksenia is well known among exporters and importers. She's a very valuable member of our team, expert, and together with her we are developing in our association expert services for organic producers exporters. It is extremely important. That's why I wanted to focus here. I would like to mention as well that, of course, we are striving, we want to be very powerful public association developing organic market. Of course, we strive to be a powerful business association that will create a significant ecosystem and will join everyone, producers and all the other stakeholders. And we believe that when all operators of organic market, exporters, importers, on the basis of our association will be united, then we will help so that through networking, through projects, through programs, that we create opportunities for encouraging the development of organic business and organic export. This is in general. If in a nutshell, what exactly are we going to do in 2026? We are starting developing organic export direction, but we are already, let's say, entering this market. As Ksenia Huleyeva already has mentioned today, we have created roadmaps. We have 6 research of 6 products. We have covered, well, we believe, the most important directions of export that might develop from Ukraine to European countries. It is extremely important direction of our activity, because without covering the market, without analysis of niches and change supplies of prospective European markets, it is difficult for us to develop. So that's why we have conducted 6 research in non-gluten products, baking industry as niche for organic export from Ukraine. It is industry of legumes in Europe. It is berries. We have selected the plan for this research and berries together with the association, with the Berries Association of Ukraine, because we are partners. And we have also researched the 6th industry. These are dairy products. So we have conducted 6 research. What we are going to do with it, we are on the basis of such research, we are going to conduct presentations, we are going to publish analytical work, we are going to organize consulting and other things related to that. We will encourage networking, trade missions to develop export of these products, because according to our research, as you might find out in the nearest future, we found countries where the demand for organic products, for these organic products, is growing. We have found those markets that are ready to import from Ukraine, and those markets, we have analyzed those markets to understand what products they want, why, and how to export there. And these are valuable research. We are going to present it in February and March, and together with Expert Commercial Office, we are going to tell about this research. So market analytics, it is our first direction of work. The second direction, it is networking, and it is encouraging of sales. It's a trade and matchmaking missions to European countries. This year we are going to conduct at least one such trade mission, and it is extremely important announcement. We are going to conduct matchmaking online and offline, online meetings for our Ukrainian exporters, processors with importers, traders, retail, of other countries that are interested in looking for partners here. We are planning to keep on working with importers, traders, and buyers of organic products from Ukraine systematically. We are forming database, and we are going to work and to be let's say we are going to encourage trade networking. This is the second direction of our work, B2B matchmaking networking. And the third direction is that what we have to do as public association, it is institutional and political activity. So it is, for example, lobbying of interests of Ukrainian exporters in other countries. Today we have mentioned that as we have found out in 2026, the main certified body and legislation body for organic import in the Netherlands Limited introduced certain limitations that might make export from Ukraine more difficult. So we are going to deal with this matter so that SCAL leaves such conditions for Ukraine because of various reasons, and we hope that we will be able to join importers that are all interested in this as well, and that we will communicate with SCAL as well. This is such an example of activity that our association should conduct. We are in constant dialogue with the Ministry of Economy. We are ready in case of inquiries of organic importers to address ministry with various requests and wishes concerning encouraging export in other spheres. So it is this policy dialogue, it is this activity that should be conducted by public association that is in the industry. And we see our role here and we plan to work with it actively. I also would like to mention to wrap up, I would like to say that maybe now we cannot already believe in it because we have been in this period of war so long already, more than our ancestors, 80 years plus during the Second World War here in Ukraine. It's already the 5th year of the war going on. It is difficult to believe in this, but we all do hope that the war ends soon. And that's what we wish all of you. We believe that it will happen. We believe that trade will activate production, business, economy in general. We want to be that organization that is effectively and systematically with the fairly develops the sector and works in the interest of sector and business. We want to involve more members. Now in the organic initiative, we have 20 members. We have ongoing negotiations with 20 more. And this year, we also want to have more than 50, 60 members of the association. It is also in the interest of business, because if the association has to engage resources, international grants, international resources, we need strong members. The fact that we already have powerful companies among our members like Galax, Argo, Donetsk Agrari, Organic Milk, and lots of other big companies proves that they believe in us, they support us, and we are planning to develop systematically and to deal with all these matters. Thank you, everyone. That's it, I believe. I think that we are going to wrap up our today's event. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I hope that it was useful for you. We will send all these materials to you, all the presentations. And if you have any questions, we are ready to help you with solving them and with spreading the information. Thank you for participation. And that's the end of our today's event. Thank you, everyone.